a very prominent Power 5 head coach about the state of college football after the game. There may have been a beer or two involved. And he told me, man, the game right now, because I was talking about my brother Devin, who coaches special teams for Carolina. He said, tell your brother, do not come back to college football. It's a dog eat dog world right now. We're all wearing milk bone underwear. Stay in the National Football League because it is just nasty right now. And unless you're a head coach or a prominent coordinator at a handful of P5 blue blood jobs, stay in the NFL. Jake, how much do you think the state of college football, with the way the NIL is right now and the portal and having to go rob from one of your best friends' rosters to go and – because if you don't, somebody else is, and they're going to go get that guy to beat you, right? And you having to re-recruit your own roster led to Nick Saban saying, finally, Miss Terry, it's time for us to ride off into the sunset and go to our big old lake house in the mountains of Georgia.
Ian, I think that has everything to do with why Nick Saban, who needs football, breeds football, loves the coach, has talked about how he's not even thought about retiring over the last couple of years, is stepping away still at the height of his powers. I mean, this Alabama team made the college football playoff. They beat Georgia, the consensus top team. This was not even Nick Saban's, in my opinion, one of his great teams he's had, and he still got this team to the college football playoff.
One of his best coaching jobs, I would say.
100%. 100%. So this guy is still at the height of his powers, and he's walking away. And to me, it has everything to do with the state of college football. Nick Saban probably figured, man, I don't have to deal with this. I'm already the best. I've won 7 national titles, won 6 at Alabama. I don't need to deal with having to recruit my own players every single year. I don't have to deal with trying to go to boosters and fundraise for NIL every single year now. I think at 72 years old, even the great Nick Saban was like, I'm good. And it's shocking to me, but based on what you heard and just kind of reading through the tea leaves, maybe it's not as crazy as it initially sounds when you hear the greatest college coach of all time is actually retiring.
Yeah, and how much doing the McAfee show on Thursdays, which was very out of character for him to step out, especially on a Thursday, which is still an install day, in college football, right, where he was doing more media. Heck, man, he even laughed at a comment that I made to him. I've never seen him laugh in a pregame interview when I had him against Mississippi State. And he kind of gave me a chuckle and a pat on the back. I'm like, who are you? Right? I mean, like, how much of all of that now when you see how, I don't want to say lighthearted because, man, during a game, and that Mississippi State game I referenced that we had on ESPN radio with Kesty and Kelly Stauffer, I mean, he was still as ornery and fiery and breaking headsets as he's ever been. The man needs coaching like you and I need oxygen. That's a line from Reese Davis, who will join us coming up in just a bit to react to this massive news of Nick Saban stepping down, according to Chris Lowe, as the head coach of Alabama. Charles Barkley will be here with us. Shane Beamer, head coach of South Carolina, will join us. Albert Breer will be here. I mean, it's a whole onslaught of people reacting to not just this news, but also Pete Carroll stepping down as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. But when you saw the way he acted this year, I mean, now that we know that according to Chris Lowe, this is happening, that you look back on what we saw from him, that you go, you know what? Maybe this was in the works from the beginning with he and Miss Terry.
Does the timing feel weird, though, Ian? Like, why now? Why not right after their season ended, or maybe it kind of been maybe more rumored that this could be coming, so Alabama maybe was more prepared, seemingly, to go out and have to hire a coach? I mean, you talk about what Alabama now has to do. You want to be the guy that replaces Nick Saban? Like, good luck, whoever gets that job. It just feels like the timing of this is a little odd, no?
Well, I would say this. As far as the timing, I don't know Nick Saban. Look, we are friendly, right? We're not friends. I mean, if that makes sense. Like, if I see him, especially on the field, yeah. I mean, he'll walk up. If I see him in the facility and I happen to be there either doing a feature or for a day, it's a, hey, how are you? And that's about it, right? But he has immense respect for the game. And if this decision was made 3 weeks ago, a month ago, before the season, whatever it may be, right, he was not going to interrupt the college football championship, the college football playoff. There was no way that – and look, again, this news is not from Alabama. This is not an official announcement. This is a Chris Lowe reporting. And if Chris Lowe's reporting it, when it comes to the SEC, you can take that as gospel, right? I mean, That's like Shefty as Pete Thamel. Man, it's stone, right? But knowing him, there was no way he was going to have anything get out before the national championship game because he has so much respect for the game. And then the day after, have whomever was going to win it, whether it was Kalen DeBoer and the Huskies or Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, right? It was going to be let them have their moment. And then it gets, and again, we can't emphasize this enough. This is not from Saban. This is not from Alabama, but it is out now. And that to me is part of why, as you mentioned, like why now? There was no way he was going to take away from the shine of any team and any coaching staff and any player that just won a natty.
And Chris even mentioned in his reporting on his Twitter account that Nick Saban's officially told the team. So it's out there. I mean, this is not something that could really be disputed at this point once the team knows. It's hard to fathom. It's hard to put into words because, take someone like Bill Belichick with New England. The success of the Patriots since Tom Brady has left, it's clearly been going downward. Like the Patriots are sitting right now with the 3rd overall pick. So there's been a lot of speculation, and rightfully so, about Bill Belichick's job. We haven't heard anything about Nick Saban. That to me is why I think it's so initially shocking that this is happening now because, as we were talking about earlier in this segment, Ian, Alabama made the college football playoff. Nick Saban is still at the height of his powers.
And overtime, Jake, overtime, man. They're one play away from going to another national championship.
They're right there. Yeah. I mean, great point, of course. And you can compare that with Belichick, who's Nick Saban's closest friend in coaching. Both guys have talked about it. The Belichick speculation has been ongoing for a long time already. Nick Saban is coming seemingly out of nowhere because, as you bring up, they were this close to playing in this game here in Houston on Monday night.
He's Jake Assman in for Amber Wilson. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. You can always join the program on the Dr. Pepper call-in line at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is presented by the great taste of Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. Having said that, also on the NFL side, Pete Carroll, stepping down as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, will stay on as an advisor. That's another dude who not only won a Super Bowl, but a natty at USC. So we have Nick Saban stepping down today as head coach at Alabama, and another coaching legend in Seattle, and Pete Carroll stepping down as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. What the hell's next, Jake? I mean, is Belichick coming up tonight?
It feels like the way the last 36 hours have gone. I mean, you obviously the big one, Saban, Pete Carroll, but then you have yesterday Mike Vrabel. You just continue to have shocking coaching moves, transactions, retirements, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy how often the lead story seemingly has changed today on what you and I were going to be discussing on ESPN Radio.
Yeah, I think our rundown has been, just torn up and turned into toilet paper about 17 times tonight. And
what in the hell?
Our producer, James Steele, starts pulling on that majestic, juicy beard of his and then starts rubbing his ponytail back. That's when he's like, oh, my God, what's next? Well, he's either angry with us because we didn't do something, or it's, oh, God. What's next? James, how you holding up, Coach? I know you got your Chiefs jacket on right there. You good? We good?
We're good.
You sure?
I think so.
It's early in the season, so.
We'll see.
Reese Davis on deck right here, reacting to the retirement of Nick Saban and more right here on ESPN Radio.
Imagine a place of your own in your name. A place where all your stuff is. Where there's a dinner table and a family around it. Virginia Housing
Niners are a better team, so it's going to be hard to win against these guys.
With special home ownership programs, including loans, grants, and free classes. Because when we help people buy homes,
He must have brick tackle or something.
Click to learn more about Virginia Housing and see how home helps everyone.
Your discretion advised.
Kingpin thanks you for your loyalty.
Don't miss Marvel Studios' hardest-hitting series ever. I wouldn't have it any other way.
My is back.
5 epic episodes. 1 killer drop. You want a war? You'll have it. Marvel Studios Echo. All episodes now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. Set your Disney Plus profile to TVMA to stream.
Breaking news from Chris Lowe, ESPN.com. Nick Saban retiring, stepping down as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide after 13 SEC titles, 6 titles at Alabama, 7 total, including the one at LSU, 28 years as a college head coach. stepping down at the age of 72. Jake Asman, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. You're on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Sirius XM Channel 8. Jake filling in for Amber Wilson, is still out a bit under the weather. And let's bring in a guy who knows college football as well as anybody, and that is Reese Davis, who returns here to ESPN Radio. And Reese, we thank you for your time, man, especially on a very busy evening. When you saw the report that Nick Saban was retiring from Chris Lowe, your reaction was what?
Little surprised, because there have been several times over the last few years, Ian, where I thought he was seriously considering retiring. I don't know that I got that vibe as much this year. I do know that, constantly re-recruiting your own roster and everything, has worn on him a little bit.
Wow. Are you serious?
But he did such a spectacular job this year with that team.
What?
Bringing them along, winning another SEC championship, having a chance to win the
It's like it's like no one wants to tackle.
Necessarily get the sense that he was ready to do this. Assuming that as we speak right now, the story's still unfolding. But so I'm a little mildly surprised because he has been considering it off and on for the last several years. But I've repeated that line many times and have even talked to him about it, at times. So it's surprising in a way, but I tell you this, man, there is no discussion or no argument, in my judgment, that this is the greatest college football coach who ever lived. In addition to the 7 national championships, and I know people, complain about this and say he got this break or that break. He also had some tough breaks that kept him from having about 10 or 11. I mean, if you want to think about that type of consistency, absolutely astonishing. And what he was able to restore at Alabama and build at LSU, because LSU was a coaching graveyard for about half a century. Nobody could figure it out. And he not only fixed it in the time that he was there, he built it in such a way that it has sustained and let 2 other coaches win national championships there, and put another one in position where it's an unbelievable
damn it.
So, there's just the number of players that he developed, the structure, the development of players personally on the field and off, the leadership in the sport. There are a lot of great coaches, and there are a lot of great resumes, and all of them are vying for second place behind Nick Saban.
How much do you think the NIL/portal, meaning ridiculous free agency with no salary cap attached to it like the NFL or any other sport, led to this decision by Nick Saban?
He didn't like it. I mean, I don't think he's
Clark
made any secret about that, but it's like anything else. People have gotten on him, but they didn't understand the point about things over the years. Like when he asked years ago with all of the, fast tempo with the offenses, is this what we want football to be? And people say,
really?
You can't keep up, blah, blah, blah. He's like, all right, I'm not sure that's what football should be, but if that's what you're going to do, and then boom, they bring in Lane Kiffin, they get Tua, and then they're wearing out Mac Jones, are wearing out everybody, and Jalen Hurts, and they're wearing out everybody. And you want to play that way? Go ahead, and they do the NIL. Okay, maybe there's a better way to do this, but they're going to be at the front of that. Transfer portal, I don't think it's a good idea, but if everybody else is doing it and I've got to get Henry To'oTo'o, then that's what we're going to do. So it's he adapted better than anybody that I can think of. And he certainly did so with the NIL and the transfer portal because, I don't know what type of statement you think you're making if you're going to, on some type of moral high ground, say, well, I'm not doing it, if it's within the rules, and it was within the rules. And so he said, okay, not sure this is best. I voiced my opinion, but if this is what we're going to do, then I'm going to excel at it. And I think he probably did the same thing with those 2 areas. But I do think that that the constant nature of landing a star recruiting class and then having to re-land it. You know, the next year
Right.
is taxing on everybody, and I think it's something that that Nick dealt with, very well, but probably had at least some factor in it as well.
A ridiculously way too early, and if you are just tuning in, Chris Lowe reporting that Nick Saban is retiring as the head coach at Alabama, a successor. I mean, Dan Lanning's name has been thrown out there. He was a GA at Alabama, then went on to be defensive coordinator with Kirby Smart at Georgia. Kirby taking him over from Alabama. I mean, that's one name that's been out there, along with several others. Right now, and I know it's way too early, and I'm putting you in a very, very bad position here, RD, but you are my big brother, so I can do that to you. Successor at Alabama. Give me a short list.
Dan Lanning, Kalen DeBoer. I know that I think Dan Lanning would probably be first. He's got a massive buyout. I would think that they would probably look at Kalen DeBoer. They might look at Mike Norvell. And I think had Mike Elko not taken the Texas A&M job, he probably would have been in the mix. But I would say that would be the first place to look, and then beyond that, it could be anybody's guess. Do you have anybody you're thinking of that I'm leaving out right now?
No, Lanning was my first,
I think Lanning is the most obvious.
But damn, RD, he's got Camelot out there at Oregon. You and I had a long conversation with him down in Houston during the national championship, and he seems very, very happy at what he described as Camelot, right out there.
I don't disagree, and it would be perfectly reasonable if he.
All right, cutting to the lead. I did it to myself, so I gotta get myself out of this situation.
I think that. It would be perfectly reasonable for Dan to say, I have everything I need here. I'm going to the Big Ten. We don't have any issues like that. Oregon certainly draws in recruiting, but there is certainly a more natural and closer geographical base, even though Alabama recruits nationally now, as Oregon does too. There are some inherent advantages that Alabama will probably always have over Oregon in some regard. So, it'll be interesting to see. And also, look, and I mean, there's a lot of money at these places, but $20 million is a lot of money, Yep. So, I mean, that may be an extenuating circumstance that can't be navigated. But, I think he would probably be the guy that would be the most logical most logical successor there.
Wow, that's a terrible call because the ball was clearly over the pylon.
I think that's probably.
That's a terrible call.
Not that Dabo's not in the prime of his coaching career, but he's built such a giant at Clemson.
Oh, sugar.
He's, trying to get it back on track right now.
And Debo's in the zone.
That probably is not something that will happen. I don't know. I would imagine, speaking, not messing with Happy, that Dabo would probably be more interested in staying put. But I think the other two names I mentioned, along with Mike Norvell potentially, are guys that that could certainly get a look. Another guy, sort of. You and I talked about this about how NFL jobs are better than college jobs.
Why?
I mean, D'Amico Ryan certainly would have been a candidate prior to the fact that he turned into a terrific NFL coach in exactly 1 year. But I think that D'Amico Ryans would certainly, they might, there might be a situation where they just
please go down. There's no way I should. There's no way that he should be breaking tackles like this. He's not even a star dev.
Different animal right now. Yep. And D'Amico, while a terrific coach, has spent. If he's been a college coach, I'm not aware of it. He's been in the NFL a long time, and so there's that too. I think for a job like Alabama, it's pretty tough to hire a guy who has very little college experience. I mean. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't hire a coordinator, although I don't think they will. But a guy that doesn't know the NIL, doesn't know the portal, doesn't know the high school coaches, doesn't know the agents representing these guys. That's a really difficult spot to put somebody in. So I would think you would probably
17-7.
see a head coaches be candidates for the most part, and guys with extensive college experience.
Reese, hang on the line for a moment because we want to get your thoughts because you were the last guy to talk to Jim Harbaugh and get his future. But Jake, your reaction so far from what we have talked to Reese Davis about, quickly, give me 10 seconds before we bring Reese back.
He's spot on when Reese talks about Saban's ability to adapt. The game has changed. Nick Saban continued to find new ways to win, and when people counted them out, Alabama was still right there at the end of the day.
He's Jake Asman. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. RD, good enough to hang on, man. He was, again, the last man to talk to Jim Harbaugh following the national championship. Nick Saban retiring, Pete Carroll out as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, staying on as an advisor. What's happening with Jim Harbaugh? RD answers that question next on ESPN Radio. Michigan, they are your national champions. Nick Saban, according to Chris Lowe, and Nick Saban, as Chris Lowe has reported, has informed his team he is stepping down as head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. But Jake Asman in for Amber Wilson. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. You're on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Reese Davis, good enough to stick around here with us on ESPN Radio. Charles Barkley coming up in a bit to react to Nick Saban, Shane Beamer, head coach South Carolina, Albert Breer, and a lot more here on ESPN Radio. But RD, we talked about Nick Saban. Your thoughts as to how his impact on college football and what he's meant to the game. He's the best to ever do it. Now we get your thoughts on Jim Harbaugh. You were the last person to have a conversation with the Michigan head coach following the national championship for the Michigan Wolverines. In that conversation, you're the best at looking at mannerisms and reading body language. What'd you learn?
Not a lot. I mean, you try to get a read on Jim, and it's tough to do, Ian. I mean, not a lot in terms of we're talking about what his future holds. I mean, he said no man knows the future, and and then reminded me that that's biblical, and it was an interesting conversation. I wish I phrased the question. There was a certain way that the question that I left on the table that I wish I had phrased and said, what would it take to make you leave Michigan? And that would have been a very good question. And in hindsight, and it's one of those things that you think of afterwards and you sort of kick yourself. But I do take solace in the fact that knowing Jim as I do, that I would have gotten the same answer to that question that I would have gotten had I asked him, Jim, what do you think about the move from horse-drawn carriages into gasoline-powered engines? You would have gotten pretty much the same answer. So he wasn't. You weren't gonna catch him in a moment and say, well, it'll take $15 million in control of the franchise, and he wasn't at a place to give that. And there's also that. You try to balance being respectful to the moment as well as doing the job that has to be done, which is asking about the future. And he actually opened the door to asking about the future, because when we were talking about the criticism and how it might be perceived on the outside, he said, no matter what, you go back.
Are you fucking serious?
Go back to work. So that was how I took that opportunity and said, okay, well, where's work going to be? And that was when I got the no man knows the future and all of that kind of stuff. So I do think one thing that I learned, there was one thing that I learned that had nothing to do with his future, Ian. It was said in jest, but it also gave you a little glimpse as to what drives him. He said, I wanted to make my dad proud, and I wanted to be a champion like they are. I mean, I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Basically, his father, Jack, won the national championship at Western Kentucky back when it was still called 1AA, now FCS. Obviously, John won the Super Bowl against Jim. And that, he made the joke, I guess, to sit at the big person's, the big person's table now. So, but he did say, and it was a moment of candor, I wanted him to be proud of me. And he said, I know he's proud of me, and I know he loves me, but I want him to be able to say my son's a national champion. So I think it got a little, and he said he wanted his kids to be able to say my dad's the national champion. and celebrate it together. So there's a little insight there. I mean, we know he's hyper-competitive and driven and a great coach and all of that. But
this is embarrassing.
Probably.
By the way, that last play was a little too close to call for me to challenge.
Further insight into what makes him tick.
RD and Reese Davis, host of ESPN's College Game Day, one of the best in the business to ever do it, joining us here on ESPN Radio, putting a bow on the college football season, and he was the last man to have, the last conversation following the Natty with Jim Harbaugh, head coach of the national champion Michigan Wolverines. And the Manning family, RD, is like the first family of quarterbacks. How would you identify the Harbaugh family when it comes to coaching?
First family of coaching.
Amen.
I mean, who's got it better than them? if I can borrow the phrase. I mean, they now have national championships at 2 levels with 2 different coaches, and they have a Super Bowl, and they have a Super Bowl runner-up. Have an NFC championship to go along with that, with and an AFC one, obviously, that you get going to the Super Bowl with John. So, look, I thought about that. It's really interesting. I guess you and I have been friends for a long time, Ian, and we think a lot. I was thinking about that on the plane and actually had that same thought about, the unbelievable Manning legacy at quarterback from, my all-time favorite Archie, Peyton and Eli, and we expect that at some point Arch is going to continue that legacy.
Real Sauce does not have the biggest leg.
That in coaching. And it's really a fascinating thing, that all of the guys have been able to follow this passion and do it. Marty Smith on our show that, Jack, the father, had taken a little exception to Jim being called quirky. And, he went through and said, it's relating to the players and winning and all that's quirky, I'll take it. So I told Marty on there, I said, hey, look, man, I understand what Jack's saying. Jim's quirky. He is. And so's Jack a little bit.
So's Jack.
I mean,
right? So's Jack.
There's nothing. That's not a slight.
No.
That makes them. It makes them interesting, and it's one of the reasons that while I have no horse in the race, but from a content standpoint and a cornerstone of the sport being the coaches, because they are the constants and they're the ones who return year after year. We need interesting people in those spots and people who aren't afraid to get outside the corporate speak and get outside what their agent might, encourage them to do, which is nothing like that either. But
my dude did a body surf.
And we need that in the sport. So from a personal standpoint, I would very much like to see him stay at Michigan. But, as he says, no man knows the future, but I guess we'll find out over the next few weeks.
Was there any gauge at all from any, little, and you read people as well as anybody. That's one thing that you taught me coming up in this business, man. Just read people and listen intently to their answers. Is there any little tip he may have given you as to whether he stays in college ball or goes to the National Football League?
It was more a demeanor.
Oh my God! Why is this happening?
Really close personal friends with Jim Harbaugh. We're friendly. There's a difference there.
No doubt.
But my read on it is it felt like
Gotta get something going. I don't get why is this happening.
Like a foregone conclusion that he's going to leave, but it felt like there's sort of. I'm almost also using to inform this judgment that he was much looser and much different and, in the weeks leading up Rose Bowl and the national championship game than he often is. Not that he
are you fucking serious?
Like, maybe a weight had been taken off because he knew this was the last ride. He obviously felt very good about his team, and rightfully so. And, so I still think the vibe, if you want to call it that, the kid's language, is that he's going. But I'm not going to be, stunned beyond words if he decides to stay at Michigan.
Reese Davis, host of ESPN's College Game Day, joining us here on ESPN Radio, putting a bow on the 2023-2024 campaign of the college football season. And if you can sum up the season, RD, going back to two-a-days in training camp, and then the end of August and September to now, how would you sum up what we just saw?
Maybe I'm too locked into the metaphors of carnival rides, but it was sort of like one of those wild carnival rides they set up in the parking lot. You don't know exactly whether you're buckled in completely or not. You don't know exactly, whether this thing's going to operate the way it's
You're looking at that
This
car,
is
you got the controls.
embarrassing.
Like, is he stoned, drunk, or is he just is he awake? Right?
Did he just leave us running and walk over to the 7-Eleven for a hot dog? I don't know what's happening here exactly. I think that would be it. It was kind of a bumpy, tumultuous ride. There were things that hadn't really happened in the playoff era, most notably Florida State. That has been a weird dynamic, certainly with the noisy contingent of fringe fans, and you couple that with, them wanting out of the ACC dating back to the summer, and then sort of seizing this moment of emotion to escalate that effort. The head coach of the national champion wasn't there for half of the regular season. He was not on the sideline. So it was like
and they're 6-0 without him. 6-0.
Yeah, right. It was a weird thing. The team that, probably was the biggest threat to Michigan. All due respect to Alabama, I know pushed them to overtime, but Georgia ended up, losing to a nemesis. They felt like they had slayed that dragon, and then maybe not. Dragon had a little more fire to them than they thought. So it was kind of there were some unexpected turns, and then you had more teams that were worthy of a playoff berth, and more teams that would have gotten them other years if things had fallen right. Because certainly most years of the playoff era, Georgia still would have made the playoff. Every other year,
what the hell?
Maybe most other years, Florida State would have snuck in. And then there have been a lot of years, last year, for instance, where Ohio State would have gotten in. Because Ohio State made the playoff in 2022 because they were the least objectionable option. We only had really 3 easy choices, and then it was like no fourth choice last year. And it was like, okay, well, I guess Ohio State. That was kind of it.
Right.
They were the least objectionable option.
And he's now in the zone.
This year, you had other worthy teams, most notably Florida State and Georgia. But Ohio State was basically in the same situation as it was a year ago, and they didn't even sniff the thing this time. So it was kind of a different year, tumultuous in a lot of ways, but a lot of fun too. Sort of a rollicking ride that ended on a high note with a worthy champion that had waited a really, really long time. Say this about Michigan's championship, and I don't know how much traction this has gotten, and I'm not sure there was at least one person on my set that didn't love it when I kept bringing this up, but now he's probably okay with it. I thought Michigan needed to win, and not that Washington didn't, they certainly did.
Great.
But
both
when you have
Kittle and Debo's in the zone.
Outright national championship, not to take away from 97. They were national champions, and they were worthy, and they should celebrate that, and they should always claim that. I'm not disputing that. But the last time that you were outright national champion, we just finished World War II a few years ago. It was 1948. Michigan had a history of either not performing on that biggest stage or falling just a hair short of the biggest stage, and that was part of the legacy.
Whoa, the center just hurdled my guy. The hell?
This championship to prove that they were more than just a compiler of victories for over a century, that they were a championship program in the modern era. And I know they have the Big Ten championships and a bunch of them, and those are worthy of celebration. But when you've won more games than anybody, you need another national championship to validate that, right? And I felt like it was a really important moment in Michigan football history, and I thought they needed it. And to their credit, they delivered.
Was I too aggressive in the post game kind of celebration at the hotel when I came in the first time for a slice of pizza and kind of just walked away and then went back to my little table, right, and then the kids' table, and then when I came back in, was I too aggressive for that last slice of pizza?
No, it was just sitting there. I don't even know who bought the pizza. When I walked into it, I was like, "Is there pizza left?" And yeah, I don't even know where it came from. If I had to guess, I would guess our friend Pat McAfee provided the food, but I don't know that. It was just there by the time I finished all of the stuff.
That was the best cold slice of pizza I've ever had in my life at 12:45 a.m.
Good. I know, and this coming from for all the years we spent in Connecticut, I'm the ultimate pizza snob. And this was Pizza Hut pizza, and it was delicious. And typically, I've gotten to a point where I turn up my nose at virtually all pizza that is not first from Connecticut, preferably New Haven or
No! How?
Also good.
I held the button. Some bullshit.
Bleecker in New York City, though Connecticut pizza are better than New York City. And as Kyle,
I wouldn't say that blasphemy. I've had New York style pizza.
Yeah, the great Kyle Fletch, Conti's in Princeton, New Jersey, is also a worthy competitor. But all of these other pizzas, people say, "Oh, it's great pizza." No, it's really not. I'm a full-fledged pizza snob. And to tell you that I've thoroughly enjoyed that Pizza Hut pizza, and I hope they give me some type of endorsement.
Unbelievable.
You know what? I'm such a pizza snob. I don't even know. They would have to give me serious money to endorse pizza that's not Pepe's Sally's Modern Luna Little City or something like that in Connecticut, or John's and Bleecker or Conti. Now, don't get me started on Chicago pizza, which I also love. It's just a different dish. It's just a different thing.
Hey, at 12:45, when you haven't eaten since like 11 a.m., I mean, it was like a filet mignon.
It was great.
It was phenomenal.
Great. Let me finish this on the Chicago pizza and run you right through your commercial break.
Come on, come on with it.
I don't like the thin crust, burnt crust. Even my fellow Connecticut pizza lovers who dismiss out of hand Chicago pizza. Chicago pizza is delicious. It's just different. It's okay to have different things that you enjoy.
Yeah. I'm with you.
It's just different.
Well, next time you're in Columbus, Ohio, Tommy's Pizza Old Oven Extra Sauce. Come on with it.
I'm not even listening to Columbus, Ohio pizza when I lived in Connecticut for 27 years.
I'm telling you, Tommy's is amazing.
Give me a break.
You want me to set you off right now on that note? Get ready for this one. My wife and kids, Christmas morning, watching A Christmas Story. Finally, after 22 years of marriage, 17 years old, 15 years old, tell me, Dad, we don't like A Christmas Story.
What? Hey, look, I thought Marion and I were tight.
I was as shocked as you were. That's why she avoided you at the hotel for 2 days.
Well, I'm gonna set that young lady straight.
Give me it. What kind of Red Ryder BB gun? What is it? Come on with it. Come on.
Daisy Red Ryder carbine action shooter shot range model air rifle with competent a thing that tells time.
Reese Davis, ladies and gentlemen, right there.
I went to another, while I'm plugging establishments, I went to Maple Street Biscuit here in Jack's Beach, and one of the things.
Ooh, that sounds good.
When they got your order, they would say, "What was your favorite Christmas present ever?" So that's what
Red Ryder BB gun.
And she said, "How long did that take you to memorize it?" I'm like, "Memorize what?"
RD, you're the best, brother. Thank you so much for putting a bow on the 2023 college football season. Reese Davis here with us on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80 with Jake Asman. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. And Jake, reacting to that, right?
Oh, shit. No.
You think about the NFL.
Fuck.
And then having to deal with NIL in the portal. And there is zero doubt in my mind that with the state of the NIL and portal had an impact on Nick Saban deciding today, according to Chris Lowe and their report out there, and there are reports now that Nick Saban has addressed his team, that he is stepping down as head coach of Alabama. And with Jim Harbaugh, whether it's bird in hand in $100+ million contract at Michigan, with a no NFL clause in that contract by many reports, right? From Ward Manuel, former Michigan football player under Bo Schembechler as well, the athletic director at Michigan, or go to the NFL where you don't have to deal with re-recruiting your own team, poaching a friend's roster, right? Everything that's going on right now in college football.
Why are y'all not tackling?
Do you think impacts?
I'm not trying to lose to San Francisco again.
Today,
I lost them back into the 2023 season.
I think it plays a major part, and I think specifically, Ian, with Harbaugh, he's always, to me, felt like an NFL guy more than a college guy, and I get it. He's just coming off winning a national title. But what this guy did as an NFL player was certainly notable. He wasn't great, but he had a career. And then, obviously, he had tremendous success in the NFL. When he left the Niners, it always felt like there was unfinished business. So I think particular with him, a guy who's went to 3 NFC championship games, went to a Super Bowl, it always, to me, kind of felt like there was more he wanted to accomplish. I think he desperately wanted to win at Michigan, his alma first. But now that he's done that, it feels like, given all the new rules and the different landscape that is college football he has to deal with, and everything that happened this year with being suspended twice, just feels like he's ready for that next challenge.
Are you fucking serious?
You don't fault him for it. If you're a Michigan person, right? You're like, hey, man, thank you. Like, Bo Schembechler. When you go and call a game at Michigan, you go meet the coaches at Schembechler Hall, right? I mean, that's royalty. Well, Harbaugh, but Bo finished his career there. Like the Woody Hayes facility at Ohio State, he finished his career there. I mean, it's Bryant Denny Field, right, and Paul Bear Bryant Drive in Tuscaloosa. But Harbaugh isn't going to, in my opinion, and it sounds like yours, and to a tone there with Reese, right, that Harbaugh is going to go back to the NFL. And I don't fault him for it with all the crap you have to deal with right now in college football as a head coach. Will he be embraced the way that Paul Bear Bryant is, where Nick Saban will be, where Bo Schembechler is, where Woody Hayes is? Will there be a Harbaugh?
Plus, Nick Saban's already a college football Hall of Famer. Nick Saban is. So
consensus natty for the first
I can see why he wanted to retire. I'm already a college football Hall of Famer. There's nothing for me to play for.
Last 3 attempts at facing the Buckeyes. Point. So you do that, you win a national title, and it's not a shared title. It is a clear cut. You're the national champions, undisputed. I mean, he's one of the all-time greats, and he's a Michigan man, and a Michigan man brought them a national title. So regardless what he does, he's a legend forever.
Yeah, I think you ride off into the sunset and go coach in the NFL if I'm Jim Harbaugh. Again, if you are just tuning in, Chris Lowe reporting that Nick Saban retiring as the head coach of Alabama. Pete Carroll also stepping down as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. He will now be an advisor in Seattle. More on that coming up top of the hour. And Albert Breer joins us, who has insight into college and pro football. But coming up next, another legendary head coach
in the zone.
He's saying,
fuck,
I'm done also. Details on that right here on ESPN Radio.
What the fuck, man?
Charles Barkley coming up in the final hour of the program. You don't want to miss this at 9:15 Eastern Time, 6:15 Pacific, on Nick Saban retiring as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Chris Lowe reporting that it is done. Reports are also that he has informed the team. So Nick Saban stepping down after 28 years as a college head coach, a career that includes 7 national championships, 12 conference championships, 19 bowl wins, and Nick Saban never had a losing season. And he went through different eras into the NIL portal era. To me, he is the greatest college football coach, better than Bud Wilkinson, better than Bear Bryant, better than all of them, because he did it in different ways in different eras. Because with Jake Asman in for Amber Wilson, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio. Jake, before we get into the future of his mentor and Bill Belichick, Saban did it where Bud Wilkinson and Bear Bryant, you could go and get 150 players. And you're good, right? So you're preventing your opposition from having elite talent. Well, Nick Saban was in the 85
again,
and then went into the NIL and portal era, and he still found ways to improvise, adapt, and overcome, and continue to dominate the game of college football.
I'm with you, Ian, and I know it's sports talk radio. We're supposed to debate, and I'm supposed to say you're wrong. Here's why, but I don't think it's debatable.
I hate that part, man. I hate that we've evolved into that, and that ain't me. But go ahead.
Me too, which is why I've enjoyed working with you tonight. I'm 1,000% right there with you. I think when you look at Nick Saban's career, everywhere he went in the college ranks, the man won. The fact that he obviously has the national titles at Alabama, 6 of them. He also won at LSU. He had success at Michigan State. Then you just look at, as you bring up, the different ways he won, the different styles he won. He won some years where he had this great quarterback, but then he also won some years where he didn't have the best quarterback. He won years where he needed to win in the college football playoff. He won years in the
college football playoff with Blake Sims as his quarterback.
He's done everything you could do to win, which is why I think, given his accomplishments,
what the hell?
Where this sport seems to be headed, and you're certainly more plugged in on this than I am, it just feels like he maybe looks at it like, I'm good. You know what? I'm 72. I've won. I have a great life. I got a great family. I don't need to put up with this anymore. And I'm going to ride off into the sunset still at the height of my powers, because let's be real. And you and I talked about this earlier in the hour. Nick Saban was this close from having another opportunity to win an 8th national title this past Monday.
Overtime, bro. Overtime, man. I mean, a 4th and 3. He's 3 yards from going and contending for another national title. Now, with Jake Asman in for Amber Wilson, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio. His mentor is Bill Belichick. We've already seen Nick Saban step down. We've seen Pete Carroll, head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, won a Super Bowl, won a Natty.
What?
He has stepped down. Will stay on as an advisor for the Seattle Seahawks. Will we see now Nick Saban's mentor, Bill Belichick, also say, you know what, I'm done here in New England?
He might be done in New England, but I don't think he's done coaching like Nick Saban is. I think Bill Belichick is dead set on coaching so he can at least break Don Shula's all-time wins mark, which means he's going to have to coach probably at least 3 more seasons and average at least 9 or 10 wins, if my math is correct. He didn't sound like a guy, when he spoke to the press earlier this week, Ian, that was done. He mentioned the fact that he's under contract, which is something he has never done, according to people that cover the Patriots regularly. So it sounds like he's not done, and he still wants to coach. The question is it in New England or is it somewhere else? But I don't think he's retiring.
And here's the thing. When you hire a new head coach, whether it's at the collegiate level in Power 5 football or in the NFL, you're looking for an 8 to 10 year run. That's ideal. 10 is a blessing. That's like football manna from football heaven, right? I mean, if you get 10 years out of your head coach. You ain't got 10 years in Bill Belichick. So if you are the Chargers, the Raiders, the Falcons, the Titans, I mean, going down the list, right? Are you bringing in Bill Belichick, or are you bringing in Mike Vrabel? Are you bringing in Jim Harbaugh? Because to me, right now, this is going to sound crazy, but I think Vrabel and Harbaugh are way ahead. If I'm a GM and an owner of any NFL team, they are ahead of Bill Belichick.
I agree. And I'll tell you why. I think this is also part of the conversation. Is he willing to not be the GM? Is he willing to be just the coach? Because in New England, he was doing everything. Is he going to go to a new organization and be okay just being the guy to coach the players and not being the guy to pick the players? I think that's part of it, too. Does he want that responsibility or that lack thereof responsibility in a new gig?
Is this day going to go down as one of the more historic days in coaching history where you have Pete Carroll? I mean, again, I think Pete Carroll is, maybe because he's in Seattle, is underappreciated as to what he has done with the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, he's one play away from having multiple Super Bowls and an NCAA title. And I don't give a damn about the Reggie Bush stuff, because with NIL right now, that thing, I count it, right? I'm counting that thing, right, in 05. So he's got a Natty and a Super Bowl. What he's done in Seattle, to me, I think he's underappreciated. What do you think, Jake?
Pete Carroll's one of the great winners of all time. If you think about it, not everyone can be Belichick, not everyone can be Nick Saban, but Pete Carroll's right there.
He's 70 plus, and he looks like he's 50. I hate the man.
I mean, he's still just full of energy. His press conference earlier today was quite emotional. And how about this for?
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Pete Carroll at Ohio State as the secondary coach back in the 80s. So on a day in which both guys are stepping away from their respective jobs,
that. That's a
Nick
great
Saban.
Say that one more time.
Nick Saban replaced Pete Carroll at Ohio State as their secondary coach back in the 80s when Carroll, I believe, left to be the defensive coordinator. I forget at which school, but it's absurd how long these guys go back, and they know one another. One guy replaced the other on a day in which both guys are out of their respective gigs.
Man, you can't make that up. That's a great tidbit from you, Jake. I'm a college football junkie and historian, and I had no earthly idea that had happened. He's Jake Asman. God bless him. He's a hell of an American. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. Albert Breer weighs in on the future of Saban, Harbaugh, Belichick, and more right here on ESPN Radio.
Imagine a place of your own in your name, a place where all your stuff is, where there's a dinner table and a family around it. Virginia Housing makes it possible for thousands across the Commonwealth with our special home ownership programs,
Clark.
including loans, grants, and free classes.
All right, we gotta stop.
People buy homes, their communities thrive. Click to learn more about Virginia Housing and see how home helps everyone.
Reese Davis has been here with us reacting to the massive news of the day. Nick Saban, head coach, Alabama Crimson Tide. After 13 SEC championships, 6 national titles at Alabama, another one at LSU, 28 years as a head coach in college football that included, again, 7 natties, 12 conference titles, 19 bowl wins, and he never had a losing season, is retiring from the great game of college football. With Jake Asman, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Pete Carroll also stepping aside as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks today. He will now be an advisor in Seattle. And Jake, we also have Matt Eberflus staying on as head coach of the Chicago Bears. Who knows what's going to happen with Bill Belichick? It is a busy, busy day in college football, but you've got 2 legends in a man who won a national championship at USC and a Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks, and Pete Carroll stepping down, and, in my opinion, the greatest head coach in the history of college football, saying, you know what, I'm done, with Nick Saban.
It is about as crazy of a day as I think you have ever had when it comes to coaching news. I mean, it was crazy enough yesterday when the Titans were firing Mike Vrabel, and then you fast forward, 24 hours later, and Pete Carroll is essentially being forced out. I know, he's going to be an advisor, but if you listen to that press conference today, it was clear Pete still wanted to coach the Seattle Seahawks, and the Seattle Seahawks didn't want Pete Carroll to still be their coach. And then obviously, I mean, the greatest college football coach of all time, Nick Saban, calling it quits, announcing his retirement. This has been as wild of a 36-hour news cycle for coaches I think we maybe have ever had.
Yeah, our rundown for the show has been turned into toilet paper about 17 times as the day has gone on.
It's 2-ply toilet paper, to be fair.
they always 2-ply.
Always. Yep.
Never go single, right? I mean,
no.
Done and done. All right, joining us right now is one of the best insiders in all of football. He's a great friend of ours. With Jake Asman, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio. We're bringing Albert Breer, a phenomenal follow on Twitter at Albert Breer, and also an insider, mmqb.com, sportsillustrated.com. Buckeye Breer joins us now here on ESPN Radio. And Bert, before we even get into the NFL side, you're very tied in also to the college football world. When you saw Nick
Bruh, Thompson, what are you doing?
As a head coach at Alabama, what was your initial reaction?
Your head's spinning, because the guy's had such an enormous impact on football in general, and football at every level. And, a couple things I thought about. I thought about, one, how, I think, he's one of the last guys, Belichick's another, who are sort of grandfathered in where the old school approach still works. And, I think, his ability to implement it with new age players has given him an advantage. And it's proof, makes me feel like an old man, but it's proof that, the way we did things when we were kids still works. You know what I mean? The hard grinding, all of that. You know what I mean? So I think, it's like a guy who was able to sell old school work ethic, old school principles to a new school base of talent, right? And a guy who is able to adapt new school like concepts to an old school foundation. So that's part of it, right? And then the other part of it. When was the last time you heard an Alabama player called Raw coming out of college?
Jordan Milton is on.
Great question.
I mean, because I do this stuff
What the hell?
right? Like, so I go through hundreds of draft guides every year, and you always hear words like upside. He's raw, and he's got a long way to go. You know who you never heard that about? An Alabama player. You almost never heard it. And what an unbelievable tribute that is to a coach. You know what I mean? Like when it's like what you see is what you get.
This is embarrassing.
You know what I mean? And like a lot of times it would be, and it sounds like an insult to the player, but it's not. Like where it's like, oh yeah, this guy's kind of tapped out. You know what I mean? Like, so you sort of, when you're drafting him, like just look at what he is, because that's probably what he's going to be. And you know why? It's because Nick Saban got the most out of him. And Nick Saban understood how to develop his talent. And he bought into what Nick Saban was telling him. And I just think, like, to me, that's such an unbelievable compliment when it comes to a coach, right? Is that the guys who are coming out of college are exactly what you see on tape. They're exactly what you think they are. And there may not be a ton more upside there, but you're going to be able to get a clean read as a football player because he's been developed at the highest level in a college program. So I've always thought, like, that was, you know, and it was one of the things I thought about today, was, you know, what just an unbelievable impact he had in the NFL with all the players that came into the league and how almost all of them had their talent maximized while they were in college to the point where, you know, when NFL teams looked at them, they knew exactly what they were getting when those kids were coming into the pros.
All right, Jake, full disclaimer. You said raw. I mean, that Northeastern accent, you threw me. We've known you for damn near 20 years. And we're not raw, man. Not raw. All right, there we go. Boston right there. Raw. Bah. That's bar, right? There we go. All right, Jake, go. You're with Bruce.
I don't get accused of having a Northeastern accent very often. So
wait, what? Raw? What do you mean raw? Raw. Got it. All right, here we go.
Hey, you know what? One other thing, too, guys. Like, I just had, like, there's this the ultimate what if with Saban too, and like the ultimate like sliding doors situation still remains like what if Drew Brees signed in Miami? What if the doctors had gotten him through the shoulder, and what if it was Brees instead of Culpepper in 2006? That's like the ultimate sliding door situation.
What if Sean Payton, right? Right. Yeah, that's a deep dive.
I would have been a Dolphins fan because I liked Drew Brees because of his charitable work in the community.
Albert, I mean, just obviously today's been insane with the Saban news, but before that, you have Pete Carroll basically being forced out, it feels like, in Seattle. He's an advisor for the time being, but he made it clear today that he still wanted the coach. What's your reaction to that news, and are you surprised that this is happening now?
No, I mean, I think, you know, I think really I think if you go back a couple of years, this was something that was, I think, under consideration. And like Jody Allen, the new controlling owner, the sister of Paul Allen, she came to the decision then that she wasn't going to do it. But I think, like, more often than not, when an owner starts to go down that road, there really isn't a lot of turning back, you know. So he makes it 2 years ago. They make the playoffs last year, so he can't do it. But, you know, I think in her head she had sort of turned the page and looked at what the next phase would look like. And I think for that reason, this was probably coming. If Pete stumbled last year, this year the stumble comes and it happens. But, you know, what an incredible resume he has. And I sort of feel like I'm repeating myself here, but, you know, I can still remember, you know, him with the Jets and him with the Patriots in the 90s, kind of how he was seen as this hokey, kind of corny, like over-the-top, like enthusiastic coach. And it was almost like if you look back at that, he's ahead of his time, because he was able to channel that at USC and then with the Seahawks into creating this environment that was incredible. And I always can remember going back, I'll always remember Seattle.
Like, nobody's tackling. What the hell?
You walk in the building there, and it's hard to explain it, but you know it when you go in. And it was like his personality just permeated the entire place. And, you know, I was going back and forth with Richard Sherman about an hour ago, and he said he's the greatest coach in the history of that organization, of course. And he thinks he's one of the greatest coaches in the history of the NFL. He said, like, the fact that the players come back.
I'm getting blown up by fucking Trey Lance.
Building, over the course of years, tells you everything you need to know about how Pete Carroll built both at USC and at Seattle. In that, it's the sort of environment people wanted to work in, and it was very uniquely him. So obviously accomplished a lot. And, I think he's one of three, right? Like to win both college national title and a Super Bowl. The other two are Jimmy and Barry Switzer, right? So he's in pretty rarefied air there too.
All right, big broad picture here, Bert. As we wrap up with you, we greatly appreciate your time on a very busy evening. Albert.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Illustrated. Follow him on Twitter. That X thing at Albert Breer here with us on ESPN Radio with Jake Asman in for Amber Wilson. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. You got Tennessee open now with a Buckeye legend in Mike Vrabel. You've got Carolina open. I mean, Seattle. We can go on. Chicago's keeping Eberflus.
Yep.
Big picture, right? One, if you're Gene Smith, AD at Ohio State, and I love me some Ryan Day, but do you go and say, hey, Braves, any interest? Are you even making that phone call? And what do you see as far as these openings, as far as, potential big names and landing spots with all the openings in the NFL?
50?
If you're Gene Smith,
50 points? Are you serious?
Smith, you have a conversation with Mike Vrabel, just a big picture conversation on where his head would be at on eventually doing it, And so, like, if he takes a year off, say, which I don't think he'll do, but if he did, like, is he kind of in the bullpen then? I'm definitely having a conversation with him. What was your second question?
As far as all the openings go, where do you see landing spots for a potential big name? Just saying, just bam, out of nowhere.
Like Harbaugh, Belichick, like Vrabel, right?
Yep,
So, all right. So these are guesses right now, right? I think Belichick would land in Atlanta, and I say that because I think you got a roster that's close. You just need a quarterback, which is easier said than done, I know. But, like, you got a roster that's close, and I think you got an owner who is really acting with urgency now. And he's 81 years old. He doesn't have too many shots left at this. He's done sort of projections the last few hires and projecting Bobby Petrino and Mike Smith and Dan Quinn and, most recently Arthur Smith into that role. So I think he's going to leave less to chance. And I think Belichick would rather go east than west. I think I see Harbaugh with the Chargers. The Chargers are very sensitive to the idea that they're cheap. They're very sensitive to the idea that they're irrelevant in L.A.
They've always been irrelevant.
Those things. I think Harbaugh wants to be there. I think they get that done. And then Vrabel, I'm going to say the Raiders. And I know that's a curveball. But Brady was at practice on Friday, Tom Brady. And, he is, obviously there's been some back and forth on, his stake in the team and everything else. I think he's going to be influential. And I think if they're going to go away from Antonio Pierce, it's going to be for a big name. And so, I think that the two guys that Brady has really good relationships with that are out there on the market right now are Vrabel and Harbaugh. And I think Vrabel would make sense for Vegas just in that if you're going to replace Antonio Pierce with someone, you got to do it with somebody who's going to get the players' respect, and Vrabel will be able to do that the minute.
This is embarrassing, getting blown out like this by Trey Lance.
And, somebody who can kind of build the right sort of environment and build out the front office and help you with everything, kind of be the king of the building, And I think that's who Mike can be. And Brady and Vrabel are thick as thieves. Yep. So I would say I just think, like, for Mike, like, that might be a better opportunity. If you can go 9-8, 10-7 there next year, like they're building a statue of you right next to the Al Davis statue, right? If you go 9 or 8 or 10-7 in New England, like, well, that's like sort of not a failure, but I live here. I know that wouldn't be accepted.
I almost got blocked.
Moment to schedule the parade. You know what I mean? So that's what I would say right now. Those would be my guesses. Would be Belichick to Atlanta, Harbaugh to the Chargers, Vrabel to the Raiders.
Damn. That's why we love you, Bert. Thank you so much. As always, man, get back to post-hockey recovery with your son. We know that was a blast at practice, and we'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you so much for your time, as always.
Those practices are intense, man. Lots of yelling from the stands.
Yes.
Lots of directions. Lots of
I'm right back in it. I'm right back in it.
Holding up to Hall of Zone gear. There you go.
Yeah.
It's baby steps, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Bert, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Buckeye Breer, Albert Breer, mmqb.com. Follow him on Twitter at Albert Breer. Here with us. Jake, we got a lot to unpack there, man. Let's react to those last three. He thinks Belichick to Atlanta, Harbaugh Chargers, Vrabel Raiders. Damn. Your reaction next. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. And we'll unpack all of that right here on ESPN Radio.
Imagine a place of your own in your name. A place where all your stuff is, where there's a dinner table and a family around it. Virginia Housing makes it possible.
Yeah, I gave up 200 yards to Elijah Mitchell. Don't get me wrong, Elijah Mitchell is a good running back, but 95-yard touchdown run to him? I'm kind of disappointed about that.
When we help people buy homes, their communities thrive. Click to learn more about Virginia Housing and see how.
And Debo and Kittle's in the zone again.
Your discretion advised.
Kingpin thanks you for your loyalty.
Don't miss Marvel Studios' hardest-hitting series ever. I wouldn't have it any other way.
But his back.
5 epic episodes. 1 killer drop. You want a war? You'll have it. Marvel Studios Echo. All episodes now streaming on Hulu and Disney Plus.
I don't know what all that is, but I don't know about that show.
To stream.
Really?
Coming up at 9:15 Eastern, 6:15 Pacific, Charles Barkley will join us live right here on ESPN Radio, reacting to his good friend Nick Saban retiring as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide and leaving college football. You don't want to miss Chuck on not just Saban, but the state of college athletics. I have a feeling he's going to go unplugged. With Jake Asman in for Amber Wilson, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM.
Man, they really turn on Chew Clock.
In 3 minutes, we'll give you a statement from Greg Byrne, athletic director at the University of Alabama, on the future of their head
oh my God, are you
at
serious?
the University of Alabama when it comes to their football program. But Jake,
first,
let's react to what Albert Breer, a phenomenal NFL insider, MMQB, Sports Illustrated. Follow him on Twitter at Albert Breer. When we asked him just point blank, give us your thoughts on the biggest names and job openings in the NFL. And this is what he said. He started with Belichick to where?
I think Belichick would land in Atlanta. And I say that because I think you got a roster that's close. You just need a quarterback, which is easier said than done, I know. And I think you got an owner who is really acting with urgency now. And he's 81 years old. He doesn't have too many shots left at this. He's done sort of projections the last few hires and projecting Bobby Petrino and Mike Smith and Dan Quinn, and most recently Arthur Smith into that role. So I think he's going to leave less to chance. And I think Belichick would rather go east than west.
I'll tell you this, one guy I would not hire at any time at any level. I wouldn't hire him to coach my high school team. That's Bobby Petrino. That dude would stab your mom in the back with a dagger, right, in order to further his own career. So he's a bad human, and there is no way in hell that I would hire Riding Dirty to be any part of any program that I'm associated with. That's number one. Number two, Belichick to Atlanta. That shot. You and I both looked at each other when he said that and went, whoa. Then he went on with Harbaugh to the Chargers, which doesn't surprise you and I. Anytime you invoke just the name quarterback, you could ask about Jim Plunkett, and Harbaugh will somehow bring it back to Justin Herbert. He thinks Herbert is one of the best quarterbacks going right now. And if you're LA and Harbaugh is interested and you are, man, you make that deal and you find a way to get it done. I don't care how much money it costs you. And then he went Vrabel to the Raiders. And that's when you and I really bowed up. Like, Antonio Pierce has done a great job there, Jake. So you got Belichick, he thinks maybe to the Falcons if the Patriots decide to part ways, which it feels like they might. Then you've got Harbaugh to the Chargers and Vrabel to the Raiders. Your reaction?
Man, where do I start? I'll say this. When he first said Belichick to the Falcons, I said, what? Why? But then you think about it. The division's not any good.
Hey, my Saints are good.
Is not the AFC, so maybe part of him wants to kind of get away from the Patriots and get away from the conference he's coached in basically his entire professional life. And then you look at the weapons on the team and say,
I hate the fact that one drop knocks you out of the zone. That shit is stupid.
Quarterback, maybe it's signing Russell Wilson to make a run at it, or maybe it's trading for Justin Fields, or with the 8th pick in the draft, maybe it's simply just drafting someone in the first round to go with the weapons they already have in place. Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts.
What?
There's a lot there. Drake London.
I threw the ball, damn it.
They added in the first round a few years ago. It's not crazy. They are a 7-win team. You add Belichick and better quarterback play. Can that team not be, 9-8, 10-7 next year and be in the playoffs in that awful division?
The Falcons are a quarterback away. They really are.
What?
Yeah, and I'm an offensive
Oh, that's
guy.
bullshit.
Same high school, Georgetown prep runs deep, right? I mean, about 20 years apart. But anyway, but man, they are literally a quarterback away from being damn good. So I'm fascinated to see how this whole thing shakes out. But and you also have now Nick Saban saying, you know what, I'm done. And that's another massive opening because when you talk about Bama, you're looking at a frontline head coach. Well, and man, he's going to hate me for bringing his name up. But Dan Lanning at Oregon was a GA at Alabama under Saban. Kirby Smart took him to Georgia as his defensive coordinator. Now look what he's done at Oregon. And he has built Camelot out there. I mean, he has everything at his fingertips. But you know Bama's going to be calling. And you know Nick Saban has given Greg Byrne, the athletic director there, a list. These are 2 names. Ain't gonna go much. It won't go much deeper, right? Here's your top 2. Go call them. Saban's not leaving that thing without putting it in the hands of someone he truly trusts. And Greg Byrne issued this statement, athletic director at Alabama, saying, quote, "There will be plenty of rumors out there during this process. Next time I talk publicly will be to announce our new coach. If you don't hear from me, don't believe it," end quote.
Tell you what, it's not going to stop people from speculating. We're not going to stop people on social media from saying sources say or tracking some flights for some coaches who could be interviewing for the job. You know that's coming in.
No doubt about it. But you also know that Nick Saban left him with that, that drawer, right? The top right drawer for every athletic director. It's got a couple names in it. Nick Saban may have scratched through a couple going, here's number 1, here's number 2. Money whip them.
The guy who replaces Nick Saban, you want to talk about pressure. Oof.
Or Belichick in New England. Maybe that one's easier because Saban was just like one play away from going back to another natty. How surprising was all of this, especially with Nick Saban retiring? Brock Heward reacts to that next right here on ESPN Radio. What an insane evening when it comes to coaching. Nick Saban retiring as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Pete Carroll stepping aside as the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. With Jake Asman in for Amber Wilson, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. Here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. We cannot have a better guest to talk about these 2 topics than Brock Heward from 710 Seattle Sports, former Washington Husky quarterback, NFL quarterback, college football analyst, and an old friend of ours. Brock Heward returns here to ESPN Radio. And Brock, thank you so much for your time. Let's begin with Coach Saban. You know him. We know him. This one, man, when it comes to NIL and the portal, am I stunned? No. Surprised? Yes. Your reaction when you saw the Chris Lowe report that Nick Saban is stepping down as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide?
Yeah, I think I would use those exact words. Stunned? No.
Why did it go further than I needed it?
He's still at the pinnacle of doing it. He's amazing at talent acquisition. Actually, Pete Carroll and I were chatting totally off the record after our show a couple weeks ago and talking about Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb and the amazing job they were doing. And he was like, didn't Nick go after Ryan Grubb last year? And I'm like, he did. And Pete just said, man, that guy's eye for coaching, not only just player acquisition, but his eye for coaching acquisition, second to none. And even a great Hall of Famer like Pete Carroll could look at Saban and just admire that ability and that talent. And that doesn't get talked about nearly as much as all of the player development, the value created in those players. Ian, a couple of years ago, I went back when I was doing Sirius Radio with Hard Talk, and we tried to pencil in billions how much money Knicks players have made at the NFL level. And I think it was nearing $2 billion in gross dollars. I mean, it's just it's remarkable. But there were rumblings about this, right, over the last month. You heard a little speculation. You heard a little rumblings that maybe if he won, he'd go out on top, and this would be it. And certainly TV could be looming for the next 4 or 5 years if that's something he wants to do. So, yeah, man, pretty impactful day. And from what I'm hearing, maybe tomorrow might be another impactful day as another 70-something-year-old is going to have to look for a little different work up in New England as well.
Yeah, that would be Belichick. We'll touch on that in a moment. But first of all, don't ever, ever give the great 8-8 Ben Hartsock any credit on
what the hell?
And when it comes, I mean, come on, dude. I mean, just avoid that at all costs. Come on, Heward. You know
it's my idea. Let's be clear.
How does that happen?
There we go, Jay. There we go. Just want to get that out of the way, right? I mean, come on.
No, he pulled out his calculator. He did some of the grunt work. He's a good Mr. Boy, so he's the worker. But let's not pretend that was his thought.
There we go. Okay.
So, Brock, obviously, it's impossible.
I'm annoyed because I'm not used to getting blown out. This is annoying. Like, how the fuck does this happen?
If you were running the search to replace arguably the greatest college football coach of all time, who would you call? Where would you start?
Pass.
Hey, Brock, you know what? I'll answer that, and I want to get your reaction on this. It's already in place. There's no way that Nick Saban is walking away without having a long conversation with Greg Byrne and going, here's the guy. This is the guy.
Yeah, and I'm sure through this process over the last week after that game, I mean, these things don't just happen when the news hits today. There have been many, many conversations, much like Pete, and we'll get to Pete. I know you want to ask about that as well. And there have been the last 2 or 3 days since I sat down with him on Monday that he talked with Jody and tried to fight for that job. And over the last week, maybe there were days that Nick's like, maybe I could still do this. Maybe there were days he called Greg Byrne and said, you know what, let's move on. Let's take the next step. Let's go back and forth. And I know last year with Jim Harbaugh, the Broncos, he was their number one guy. I think there was a time where the Broncos believed that he was going to do it, and then just ultimately decided it's too good. I got to go back to Ann Arbor. I know what I have in the cupboard. We're going to be really, really good, and ultimately win that national championship. So these things do go back and forth. By the time they hit you and me and country and Chris Lowe hits send or Adam Schefter hits send on that tweet, there's been a bunch of groundwork done. So I'm with you there, Ian. Is that?
I gotta make it look respectable because this is fucking embarrassing. I've never been blown up like this before.
Worked in those facilities, someone that's acquired the talent, someone that Nick Saban admired tremendously, maybe as much as any coordinator that he ever hired through these years. And obviously what he did at Texas over the last 3, one of the first guys to actually do it since Mac Brown, the only guy to build a roster and build a team into a playoff contender. So I would think that he would certainly be high on Nick's list and Greg's list and worthy of that conversation. After that, man, I don't know how many guys also want to follow in those footsteps, whether it's radio, whether it's politics, whether it's coaching. You want to be the guy that follows the guy that has to follow the legend. Right. You don't want to be that first one up. So it will be fascinating to see how this all unfolds.
Brock, how about Pete Carroll? Obviously, you know him as well as anyone. Were you surprised when you found out that what went down in Seattle today, he was basically being forced to be an advisor and the Seahawks are going to have a new head coach?
Yeah, he's not going to be an advisor. I think that I don't even know what that means. When asked about it at his presser today, I think he kind of alluded to that was just to make good. They would love for him to be around, but he's not going to be in the office. They do have an advisory council that John Nordstrom, Steve Argent, and some amazing people sit on, and come in every quarter and maybe help in some ways in the community. But I think Pete still wants to coach. I mean, I listened to that 45 minutes. We're going to talk to him again tomorrow on our show. And it did not sound like a guy that just wants to advise or go up to the North Shore, although he'll be there, I'm sure, a lot this month on his wakeboard and on his paddleboard and just kind of escape from everything. I think that dude's got too much juice to be an advisor, to sit on the sideline, still wants to do it. But ultimately, I was not. No, I was probably more surprised by the Saban news than I was Pete news. Just over the last couple seasons, and certainly over the last 10 weeks of this season, as they fell off again and ended 3-7, and they just didn't. He said it today in his presser. That they just lost their edge, and that edge is the line of scrimmage, and that edge was his identity to to run the ball and stop the run, and it's been a 3-year problem. And I think ultimately Jody Allen and then John Schneider said, Pete, you've gotten to hire, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different defensive coordinators. A couple of them left for head coaching jobs. The last 3 you've had to, hire, and those have not gone great. We're not going to let you hire another one on that side of it. Would rather, I think, get some fresh eyes in there to try to get that championship caliber, not playoff caliber, but championship caliber team built like he did through 11, 12, 13, 14, and even still, I think, into 15.
So where do you think he would want to go, and what team do you think would be interested in? And I hate to say it, man, because it's all about age with Belichick and Carroll, and they are both young, 70+, right? Hell, man, Pete Carroll. I mean, look, Brock, I was with you a few weeks ago, man. I mean, dude, Pete Carroll's got more energy than I do, and I'm 51, right? He's 71, right? So, I mean, where do you think they end up?
Yeah, I don't know if I lump the fitness level and the energy level of Bill and Pete in the same sense. I know where you're going. Like their brain, their acumen, their experience. I don't know, man. I don't know if there's a head coaching job. I really don't. I don't know what capacity that would be. Hard pressed to believe that he wants to be a general manager and do all that crazy.
I'm not going to win this game, so I'm out to just use up my timeouts
and all of that. But I don't know. I think Bill will based on
this
Chip's
sucks.
record. I think there will
fucking
be
hate
plenty
losing.
of people knocking. Probably not as many for just a Pete at this stage, though. He desperately wants it. I think what's more fascinating is what John Schneider, the GM, goes and does now. Is Pete just alluded to beautifully and did a terrific job in one of the best press conferences, especially for a guy that was fired. That room was packed, boys. There was not a seat in the house. Everybody in the organization, former players, current players, and, they had about 2 hours notice. It wasn't like they had time to fly in. They wanted to be a part of it. And Pete was humble. He was great. He was full of grace. He didn't, like he always does, he never points any fingers. He was just tremendous in the way that he went about it. And it's been a 14-year marriage. And usually head coach and GM go out the door together. That's not the case. So what John does now and what I just continued, and I have my phone blowing up today, just more in fascination than maybe even actuality. But can you imagine if Jim Harbaugh comes into those shoes or comes into that building? What's your deal, man? No, what's your deal? What's your deal? I got your deal. I'm going to build this
offensive pass interference.
John Schneider was there with Pete, and remember those first few years, the enormous advantage you have, knowing all these college players, knowing all of their backgrounds, knowing all of their experience, knowing all of the quarterbacks, knowing everything that you do. And when Pete came to Seattle, that was a huge benefit in those drafts the first 3-4 years. And, I think John Schneider had that experience with him. Jim's been in the division. Jim handled some of the people in the division. Jim knows how to build a bully. He knows how to build a physical team, which is what John Schneider, I think, wants to do. That will be, to me, so fascinating. If there's an overture, if there's an answer, if there's an interview. And, man, I don't know. I just continue to grow on that idea more and more.
Brock, if not Jim Harbaugh, a lot of speculation earlier today about Dan Quinn, the old Seahawks defensive coordinator, now, of course, the Cowboys DC. Your thoughts on that? Would that be a good fit to bring Dan Quinn as the head coach back to Seattle?
Yeah, I think it would. And my mind races, again, a million different ways. Probably my mind races way too much, way too often. And like Ian, that's why I'm not going to be 72 with the energy of Pete. And also it's crazy media business. But, Dan Quinn
this
knows
is
John Schneider. He was here when they built it, when they won, championship or got back to that Super Bowl. They lost in 14. I think they've got great rapport. I think Dan Quinn has turned down a number of jobs for a lot of years and a number of interviews because he knows what the first-class organizations are. And I don't think you move beyond one hand when it comes to the quality of the
I don't even know what the stats because I just got boat race by the Niners again.
Resources,
second time in the last 5 tries I've lost to them, and they were never close. Really? Am I surprised? No. bigger in my room, but not right now. Maybe next month I'm thinking of just switching everything to this side so it'll be easier to I can just walk in. Mm-hmm. Damn. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Everybody knew for a fact he wasn't gonna leave. Somebody.
Given everything you possibly can need and imagine as far as resources go with your coaching staff, with your strength staff, with your nutrition staff, with your science staff, with all of it. It's all there. And, that's why I think Dan Quinn said no to a bunch of places, and knowing that this day may come, that Pete's not going to coach forever. And if John can stick around, I can understand why a lot of people went to that end and went to that conclusion already. He would hire a tremendous staff. He'd be better the second time around as a head coach. So, yeah, those would probably be the two conventionally that I would look at. But remember this, boys, and look at John Schneider's draft through the years. He's not always the most conventional. He will zig when others zag. He will take a corner at number 5 instead of a defensive tackle, even though that's the biggest need. He will draft a 5'10" quarterback, and that QB will go on to break through glass ceilings and win a championship and everything else. He will do unconventional. So I don't think this news or a hire will come tomorrow, and I won't be surprised on either side of the spectrum if he goes the conventional route with a Harbaugh or Quinn, or a whole lot more unconventional route with possibly even a college guy.
Brock, we always enjoy catching up with you on the sidelines of a college football game and your tremendous insight here on the radio, man. Thank you so much for your time as always, especially with the two guys.
Always, boys. Have a great night.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, man. And two guys that he knows well. Nick Saban retiring at Alabama. Pete Carroll, no longer head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. Coming up next, we will catch up with a current SEC head coach and ask him about the impact and his reaction as to Nick Saban retiring as head coach of Alabama right here on ESPN Radio. Joining us right now here on ESPN Radio with Dick Asman, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. Here on ESPN Radio is the head coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks. We got 5 good minutes with Shane Beamer. And, Coach, we appreciate your time reacting to Nick Saban retiring from coaching college football. What has he meant, Coach Beamer, to the game of college football?
Yeah, it's immeasurable. I mean, I was stunned just like everyone was when I saw that news. I had to click on it to make sure it wasn't a credit to Chris Lowe for breaking the story, but I had to click on it to make sure it wasn't a fake Chris Lowe account that somebody had put together. And, I mean, we were literally this morning, we had an SEC head coach's Zoom that I was on and he was on literally at 11 a.m. Eastern time this morning, so I was shocked to see it. But it has meant so much to the game of football. I mean, you just look at his consistency. I have so much respect and admiration for him, just the consistency year in, year out. I mean, it's amazing to be the pinnacle of the profession and just do it year in, year out as well. The class that he did it with, he was always about what's best for the game of football, and certainly a big loss for college football today, that's for sure.
Shane Beamer, head coach, South Carolina Gamecocks, joining us here on ESPN Radio. If you are just tuning in, Nick Saban, Chris Lowe reporting that he is retiring from the great game of college football. And look, your dad went against him. You've gone against him. I mean, if you can, you know, the game has evolved so much. If you can try and sum up to the college football fan what it's like for a guy like Nick Saban and your dad at that point, you know, to adapt and evolve as a coach from, you know, ground and pound to spread them out to, you know, the 85 Scally rule to now NIL in the portal, and he continued to win. What, I mean, if you can sum up what that takes.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, you know, and he's just to me the ultimate coach when you talk about program building, when you talk about knowledge of offense, defense, and special teams. You do when you face an Alabama team. I mean, they were going to be so well coached in all.
Pretty much. Everyone knew that it was on the verge of being time, but no one thought it would be after this year. Because I guess maybe he wanted to go out as a champion. Big two hurts. Turn off camera for a little bit. Because I'm about to take off my shirt. And you know how YouTube is. You walk around again, you know, shirtless, it's a little risky. So, that was my proclamation. Yeah.
Three phases. I mean, he gets credit, obviously, as a great defensive coach, and he is, but he's a great football mind, offense, defense, and special teams. His ability to recruit at a high level, you know, manage his program. But like you just said, just being able to adapt, it's a challenge. And, you know, for somebody that's coached in different decades like he has, he may not always have agreed with what was happening in college football, rules, changes, whatever it might be, but he always found a way to adapt and make it a positive for the University of Alabama or LSU or wherever he was. And, you know, he would adapt to changes and end up better because of it at the end, which is just pretty remarkable.
Knowing you as long as we have, you're not intimidated by anybody. But when that guy came in a room, what was that like?
It was just the respect that you have. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, even as a first-time head coach in the SEC, when I first got hired, it was still during COVID, so we weren't doing in-person meetings. We were doing Zooms. But, I mean, I can remember first time getting on a Zoom with the other SEC head coaches, and that feeling that I had as a coach, like, holy crap, like I'm on a Zoom with, here's Nick Saban, and he's a colleague. And I mean, it's one of those, like, you belong and you're there, you feel that way,
right.
But there's still that moment, like, I'm on a Zoom with Nick freaking Saban as well. So, but that's one thing I had, so much respect for him now that we've had in-person meetings and I've gotten to know him better. Every time I see him, he always asks about my dad. And always makes a point to say to me, how much he respects my dad and whatnot as well. But there's just a respect. I think all of us, you get on those head coaches Zooms, and colleagues of mine in the SEC, very rarely is he called Nick. There's just a respect for him that most people call him, Coach Saban. And it's pretty cool to see just the other colleagues of mine that are established head coaches in this league that the reverence that they have for him in those in-person meetings, or, like I said, a Zoom this morning or earlier today like we had.
How much, and last one for you, Coach Beamer, we greatly appreciate your time, especially on short notice with the news of Nick Saban, Chris Lowe reporting that he is retiring as the head coach of Alabama. If you can, just, put a bow on it, what he meant to the game as far as not just a coach in college football, but as an ambassador.
Gosh, that means I can't throw his way.
Yeah, I mean, he's just he epitomizes it, and like I said, has adapted with the times. To me, the model coach. He adapts with the times. He's a great recruiter, great developer of coaches. You look at the people that have coached under him and the success that they've had other places.
Yeah, not really all of them had success.
And that's the thing. I think that his
Mike
legacy
Loxley is a perfect example.
Obviously, he had a program to run, but he was always what was about the best thing for college football. That's what he was always about, and found a way to always make it.
I want to flesh that game about the system.
Because of it, and always treated people the right way, and did it the right way, and I think that's his legacy.
You're the best, Coach. Greatly appreciate the time, especially on short notice. Best to the family. I hope you had a great New Year, and oh damn, you're hitting the recruiting trail yet again. Hey, by the way, real quick, give me 30 seconds on that. How much do you think NIL and portal impacts decisions like this for legends like Nick Saban, how that part has changed?
I think a lot. I don't want to speak for him, but it's different. And then I think this is the fact that it's just, there have been enough people that have talked publicly about the challenges with the portal and whatnot, and that's real. And I think for a guy that has done it for so long at a high level.
Let's see if I can beat the Packers. I've struggled against them too. Last time I beat them, 2023 divisional round. And I blew them out by 21, 38, 17, but...
Coach, you're the best. We appreciate you here on ESPN Radio.
Imagine a place of your own in your name. A place where all your stuff is. Where there's a dinner table and a family around it. Virginia Housing makes it possible for thousands across the Commonwealth with our special home ownership programs, including and free classes. Because when we help people buy homes, their communities thrive. Click to learn more about Virginia Housing and see how home helps everyone.
Charles Barkley will join us to react to Nick Saban leaving college football coming up in about 12 minutes right here on ESPN Radio with Dick Assman in for the ailing Amber Wilson. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And we're bringing a Pro Football Hall of Famer to also react to Nick Saban leaving the game of football coming up in about 90 seconds. And get his thoughts on Green Bay and the Dallas Cowboys in a wild card matchup. But, Jake, for people just tuning in, yes, Nick Saban has retired as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Pete Carroll is no longer the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. Pete Carroll is one of 3 head coaches to ever win a college football natty and a Super Bowl. The other 2, Barry Switzer and Jimmy Johnson. You talk about an unbelievable, legendary day when it comes to coaching. That's today with Nick Saban and Pete Carroll both saying sayonara. One willingly, the other not so much.
About as crazy of a day as you'll find as far as coaching news goes. This has got to be number 1. I mean, come on now. And who knows? Maybe at this time tomorrow we're reacting to something that's going down in New England with Bill Belichick. Feels like that is still, something that could happen at any given moment. But you talk about Nick Saban. I mean, he's the greatest college coach of all time, still at the height of his powers. You and I talked about it earlier in the show. he was one play away from potentially playing for another national championship this past Monday night in Houston. And here he is after 7 total national titles, 6 at Bama. He's walking away, and he's still a guy who obviously could coach at the highest of levels for a very long time, it appears.
28 years in college football, has won at least 10 games in 16 straight seasons at Alabama. I mean, 7 national championships, 6 at Alabama. I mean, we can go on down the list. It's remarkable. So let's bring in a Pro Football Hall of Famer, a proud Florida State Seminole, who now joins us and returns here to ESPN Radio, and that is Leroy Butler, the great Green Bay Packer, Pro Bowl and Hall of Fame safety for Green Bay. Before we get to Packers and Cowboys, Leroy, what did Nick Saban mean to the game of college football?
A guy that demanded excellence from his players on and off the field. The brand of Nick Saban, I mean, he's going to go down as one of the GOATs of college football. I mean, if your kids went to Alabama, you played in front of a lot of people, and you played in front of a lot of champions, played for a lot of champions. Especially in the skill position. There's more Alabama kids in the National Football League, rival any school. And because we always talk about after the season, like this dark Monday for people like Pete Carroll in the NFL. But when you go to college, I did not expect this. Because I'm thinking that Jim Harbaugh is going to just take up all the oxygen when it comes to, because he just won a championship for Michigan. And shout out to Charles Woodson and Desmond Howard, 2 of my brothers who played with the Packers. So this is shocking to me because when you say retiring, I was just like, because some guys, Ian, be honest with you, they're just football. They're football. They're not going to go fishing or go traveling. It's about X and O's. So it'd be very interesting if you were to make moves.
Leroy, obviously, when something like this happens, you as a former player, do you think back to all the memories that you've had and the lessons you learned from some of your favorite coaches? Because it feels like the entire sports world, the coaching community, everyone right now is sharing memories that they've experienced with Coach Saban. But does that bring something back to your playing days and your days being around some of the great coaches in your career?
Oh, no question about it, Jake. If you think about the Mount Rushmore of college,
no!
Nick Saban's right there. I mean, even if whatever era, because I think it's a Mount Rushmore for each era. Of course.
That is not how I want to start the game.
Think about as of the last decade, this guy recruiting great players. I mean, so many guys have built their careers in Tuscaloosa, being put in front of audiences on a high level. But not only that, the recruiting part of it, where somebody like Nick Saban can go into a living room and say, I'm going to make this son one of the most known and widely sought after players once he leaves here. If that's going to be mystic, I don't even know how you fill his shoes for what he brought to, Alabama. Because if you go to the pros, he didn't have a lot of success. But when ever since he's been at Alabama, I mean, they've been playing for big games. So, I mean, it's like a whoa moment. Where were you when this particular guy retired? What were you doing? And what did you say?
As we turn you loose, Leroy Butler, Green Bay Packer Hall of Famer, NFL Hall of Famer, one of the best safeties to play the game, and a proud Florida State Seminole, joining us here on ESPN Radio with Jake Assman. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. Look, you've been a part of these Green Bay and Dallas playoff games. You've been there and done it. It's a young Green Bay team coming into Dallas where they've won 16 straight. What is that like as a young player going on the road in an NFL playoff game?
Sometimes when you're young, you don't really know what
like a bro. See, primary receiver routes via coaching camp.
I'd like to thank C.D. Lamb. I'd like to thank Dak and the Dallas defense for helping me win my fantasy league. Put that aside. Because you got to be fair in this stuff, right? Mike McCarthy, the Packers fired him with 4 games ago. He still may be at one point saying to himself, you know what? Didn't Miami hang 70 on Denver? I like to do that this too. But the problem with that is, guys, these young guys who nobody can name without going to the internet, they don't care about that, and they haven't experienced the Mike McCarthy era. That's why they made it. I told Matt LaFleur, you should win the Nobel Peace Prize for getting into the playoffs because you won with a bunch of receivers, and you traded away your Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame wide receiver, and you got a first-year quarterback, and you still made it? This is truly amazing what he's done. So these young guys, they're going to go to AT&T Stadium, and they're going to say, you know what? We belong here. And we like that it's us against the world. And they looked at tape and they know Cowboys average 40 at home and undefeated at home, but they also seen them lose to people like Arizona. So they're going to look at the film. They're going to be excited. And Jordan Love is looking forward to the opportunity to get into his first playoff.
Leroy, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for the insight, man, and best to the fam. We greatly appreciate you joining us here on ESPN Radio.
Anytime, my brother. Go Pack.
That's my man. Hey, Leroy Butler joining us here on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Coming up next, in case you are just tuning in, Nick Saban has retired as the head coach of Alabama. One of his best friends is Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley reacts to that news live next here on ESPN Radio.
Imagine a place of your own in your name, a place where all your stuff is, where there's a dinner table and a family around it. Virginia Housing makes it
First NFL touchdown for Leon Fry.
With our special home ownership programs, including loans, grants, and free classes. Because when we help people buy homes, their communities thrive. Click to learn more about Virginia Housing and see how home helps everyone.
Your discretion advised.
Kingpin thanks you for your loyalty.
Don't miss Marvel Studios' hardest.
You'll have it.
Here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and a SEC legend, a basketball Hall of Famer, and a die-hard football fan joins us now, and a good friend of Nick Saban's. He's an Auburn legend and a friend of ours. Charles Barkley returns here to ESPN Radio. And Chuck, I will never forget the first time Alabama was playing Auburn with Nick Saban as their head coach. I'm at WJOX in Birmingham with our good friend Lance Taylor. We have you on our pregame show. You're driving to the game in Tuscaloosa, and I asked you a very simple question. What's it like right now being an Auburn fan with Mike Shula out and Nick Saban in? And your answer, do you remember what it was?
I think I said the day Michael Jackson died, the day Elvis died, and the day the Alabama got rid of Mike Shula, the 3 worst days of my life.
I remember Jackson.
I was like, woo.
And they hire Nick Saban, man. You are a
you've got
college football fan.
Are you serious right now?
What has he meant to the great game of arguably your favorite sport?
Well, he's the greatest coach.
I know Galladay has speed, but he outran Tyrann Mathieu?
I don't think anybody else is in the conversation. I mean,
for 80 yards?
Let's be realistic. Coaches from back in the day, but you have to factor in segregation. You have to factor in scholarship limitations. And the biggest factor in, you have to factor in guys leaving college early. You know, back in Bear Bryant's days and, you know, Bud, I forget Bud's name at Oklahoma, Nebraska, you know, guys had to, Bud Wilkinson, who had like a 60-game winning streak, those guys had to stay in college for 4 years. So Coach Saban, you know, he's the greatest coach ever. I got nothing but admiration and respect for him. You know, I just read the tweet from Deion Sanders. I think he said it best. Man, we need really, and I said this earlier this year, I said, how in the world did we screw up college football? You know, I love the NFL, but college football is, you know, growing up in Alabama and being an Auburn grad, you know, college football is my thing. I mean, I love the NFL, but college football is my thing. So what kind of society are we that we screwed up the sport so much that we run? And Deion said it. He says, we probably need to look in the mirror. We ran the GOAT out of the game.
And, there's a sadness there because it's really true. I've been saying this for the last couple of years, like, what are we doing with college sports?
Yeah.
And we have totally screwed it up. We got those boneheads from the NCAA. They're total boneheads. I mean, you go back in the last X amount of years, a guy gets an extra pair of shoes. We suspended him. A guy goes to dinner with the wrong person. We suspended him. And now the players revolted, and rightfully so. They're like, wait a minute, y'all got to give us something now. But now it is, I would say it's a wild, wild west, but I would be doing a disservice to the wild, wild west.
No doubt. And so having said that, and Charles Barkley here with us is a great friend of Nick Saban's. If you are just tuning in, Chris Love reporting Nick Saban retiring as the head coach of Alabama at the age of 72 with, 7 national championships, 6 at Alabama. I know it's, just still makes your skin crawl, Chuck, but he is.
Well, not only, and the thing that was really amazing about Coach Saban, to be honest with you, Ian, like his worst years, he lost 2 games. One of the reasons I hate Alabama fans is they're like, we went 10-2. We lost in overtime to a team that was better than us. Michigan was the best team in college football this year. Alabama gave them their toughest game. They lost in overtime. And Alabama fans are like, it's the end of the world. We lost 2 games. You go back and look at Coach Saban's career, he won the 6 championships at Alabama, and obviously the one at LSU. But his other years, he lost either in the playoffs or they lost 2 games. If that's not true greatness, we don't even know what greatness is. Because, a lot of guys, when they lose like 5 or 6 games. His worst years, wait, they lost 2 games. And the Alabama fans are such jerks. They're like, man, we stink. I'm like, guys, y'all lost 2 games. That's how great this guy was, man. And we're never going to see anything like it again. We're never going to see anything like it again in a short period of time. And there's even though he's at Alabama, there's a certain sadness because if you like sports, which, Ian, I love sports so much because sports has given me every single thing in my life.
Yep.
Everything. And I'm like, I just watched greatness. I just watched flat-out greatness for the last few years. And it was an honor and a privilege. And I'm going to tell you why I like this guy so much. He's asked me to speak to the team twice. He asked me one time to talk to them about competition. And then the reason I really got a lot of admiration and respect for this guy, when all the stuff was going on with George Floyd and things like that, he asked me to come speak to his black players about, he says, I'm a 60-some-year-old white guy. I have no idea what it's like to be black. And this guy, who at my arch enemy, I might add, says, hey, and you talk to any Alabama players or coaches, they're like, yeah, man, he really cares about us as players. But for him to take the time to call me and say, hey, come please talk to my players what it's like to be black with all this George Floyd stuff going on, it meant the world to me. It meant the world to me, Ian. And ever since then, I said, yo, man, I'm always on the speed dial. If you ever need anything from me,
thank you, finally.
That really meant a lot to me.
How rare is that? And Charles Barkley, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest to ever play any sport, and a dear friend of Nick Saban's, reacting to Nick Saban leaving the great game of college football. According to Chris Lowe's reporting that he is retiring, joining us here on ESPN Radio. Well, I mean, what you just said right there, Chuck, man, we've known each other damn near 30 years now, man. I mean, that relationship, and you have a ton of unique relationships. What is that relationship right there mean from your arch head coach who puts you in misery so many years, right, outside of Kick Six and a few others? But to have that unique relationship, that kinship, what's that mean to you, man?
Well, because, unfortunately, like a lot of these fools from Alabama, my life doesn't revolve around how good Alabama and Auburn does in football.
Right.
One of the reasons I love Bruce Pearl, he graduates all his players. Listen, I want Auburn to be great in basketball and football, but what I really care about, I want these young black men to go to college for 4 years, get an education. The thing I hate about college sports the most is we spend all our time trying to appease the less than 1% who going to go on to play pro. See, that's the thing that drives me crazy. We've changed the whole system right now to appease 1%, less than 1%. There's less than 1% going to go pro in any of these sports. But we have broken the whole college model because a bunch of guys, well, a very few guys who, they probably were getting screwed by the system, to be honest with you, because they weren't getting paid what they deserved. Right. But let's be realistic. Less than 1% of these guys are going to go to the pros. But we have changed the entire system, and now we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. And I don't know how this thing is going to end because these players are never going to go back to not making any money. And I have no problem with that. But we have blown up the entire system to appease less than 1%. And I don't know how this, I don't know how this movement is going to end. Because now it is between the transfer portal and us paying guys millions and millions of dollars a year.
How do you overthrow a receiver?
This movie is gonna end, and there's a certain sadness with that because, like I say, most of these kids who are black going to college, getting a free education is a really big deal. I know a lot of people, Ian, who are really successful, who are still paying back college loans, who are really successful.
Yep. Amen.
And then I hate when guys who are successful on television say, well, they're not giving these kids anything. I say, well, first of all, the system was broken. I'll admit that. But to say a guy getting a free education is nothing, I don't agree with that. I really don't. Like I say, the system wasn't fair. I'll be the first to admit that. But for guys who are really, really successful to get on TV and say, well, we're just screwing these kids. Everybody's making money except the players. I said, well, there's some truth to that. But getting a free education and getting out of college after 4 years and don't have any bills, I think a lot of people would go for that deal.
There's no doubt about it. Charles, if you can, please, man, we have a lot more to get into with you when it comes to Nick Saban and the state of college athletics, not just college football, but college athletics. So, we appreciate you hanging on. We are presented in part by Progressive Insurance. Get a business insurance quote online in as little as 6 minutes. Visit progressivecommercial.com. Jake, quick thought, as Chuck has agreed to hang on with us here, and we'll come back in about 4 minutes with Charles Barkley. But Jake, your thoughts so far, what you've heard as far as the person that, from a rival, right, with Chuck and Nick Saban and their friendship to the state of college athletics. There's a ton to try and continue to get into with Chuck.
In a way, isn't it amazing? And doesn't it speak to the greatness of Nick Saban and his ability to connect with players and coaches and people he's interacted with, that him and Charles Barkley, of all people, have this great relationship, have this great friendship. Two guys with completely different upbringing, different careers, different schools, lifestyle choices, rivals, Auburn, Alabama. Come on. It just, I think, speaks volumes about just who Nick Saban was as a person, still is, but why he was able to connect with so many people and have the success that he's had.
If you are just tuning in again, Nick Saban retiring as the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. He has won at least 10 games in 16 straight seasons at Alabama. 7 total national championships, 1 at LSU, 6 at Alabama. A remarkable 28-year career as a college football head coach. And one of his good friends is from a rival school in Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley continues to react to Nick Saban's retirement in the state of college athletics. Right? Jake Asman, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN. With Jake Asman, I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Jake good enough to sit in for the ailing Amber Wilson. And Chuck, again, thank you so much for sticking around. Continuing with our conversation about Nick Saban retiring from Alabama. In case you are just tuning in, Pete Carroll done as the head coach at Seattle. Alabama's head coach Nick Saban, after 28 years as a college football coach, the last 17 at Alabama. He is done, retiring. 6 natties at Alabama, 1 at LSU. How much do you think, Charles, and you kind of were just talking about this before we went to break, for people just tuning in, about NIL and the portal and everything else involving college athletics. How much do you believe that NIL and the portal, basically free agency in college athletics, led to Nick Saban saying, you know what, I'm done?
Well, number one, I haven't talked to Coach Saban. I'm probably going to send him a nice text tonight. I want to let all the smoke, because I want him to make sure that I say what he means to me and how great he's been to me. And I haven't talked to him. I want to make that clear. But there's no doubt in my mind, NIL and the transfer portal.
What? He caught that?
To do with it. There's no doubt in my mind. I think, because man, this thing is bad now, and it's probably only going to get worse because of the playoff now. Because you only had to beat 4 teams. You had to beat 1 of 4 teams. Now you're going to be. They're going to add more teams, but you probably going to have to. Because me and Ernie had this conversation on our podcast. First of all, I think they got to shorten the football season, because these kids, to ask them to play 2 or 3 more football games, it's not fair to their bodies. It's not fair to their bodies. So you're probably going to have to shorten the regular season. So, man, it's only going to get harder to win the championship going forward. But the NCAA, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. Like, you can have these kids playing 3 extra football games a year. It's not fair to those kids' bodies. So, like I say, I'm talking. I don't know, but I think if Coach Saban was honest
Really,
with me
guys?
and with everybody, this thing out here has gotten so out of hand. Paying college kids millions of dollars, Ian, and it's crazy. It's crazy, and I have no problem if a kid go to a college, you take care of him. But to pay kids $1 million to come to your school, what if they can't play? What if they can't play?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to factor that in. Like, well, I'm gonna give this kid $2 million, $3 million to come to my school. What if he can't play? I mean, I think all these are factors, and it doesn't surprise me. It won't surprise me as more colleges, because once you kind of won and you don't want to go through the headache or the hassle, I can see more great coaches walking away. I really can, because to go have to number one, give a high school kid millions of dollars, and to re-recruit your players. That's talking to college coaches who are friends of mine. That's probably the toughest thing they're going through. Not only am I on the trail trying to recruit, I got to recruit my own players after every season. So, man, it is so. It like I say, it is the wild, wild west out here right now. And I think Coach Saban, if he was honest, he'd say, you know what, I'm not doing this crap every year anymore. I'm the greatest coach ever, and it's only going to get wilder and harder to win more every year. And I don't want to deal with that every year. I had the greatest college coaching career ever. I'm going to go sit on the beach with Miss Terry. That's what I think, honestly. He said,
Miss Terry's his wife.
Chuck, as we turn you loose, and we've kept you too long, man, but I truly embrace our friendship, and I can't thank you enough for being here, or reacting to the news of Chris Lowe reporting Nick Saban, your good friend, a guy I've known as well, named Nick Saban retiring from college football as the head coach of Alabama. On that note, Jim Harbaugh has a decision to make. Do you stay at Michigan or do you go to the NFL? I think I know your answer.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
There we go.
He's
Come
gone.
on. Why? Here we
Listen, Well, because as I said earlier, the NCAA are boneheads. They're total boneheads. They suspended him for having an inappropriate recruit. Like, wait a minute. You can, if you're trying to recruit, you do whatever you can to get these players. You don't suspend Harbaugh for recruiting violations. Now the sign stealing thing, everybody's stealing signs. Excuse me. But see, that's actually a perfect example. Like, he had an illegal recruiting visit. Like, y'all gonna suspend him for having illegal recruiting visits?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
During COVID, 9 out of 10 schools were having those same visits. But go ahead. Yes, continue.
And I guarantee you, everybody's recruiting illegally. Like, well, you can only call a guy 3 times. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna call that guy 10 times if I get him to come to my school. You know,
The Connor Stallion stuff was different, Chuck. That went to a whole nother level, bro. But again,
it did. But do you want to deal with that? Do you want to? Well, first of all, you have to factor in. You know, Jim Harbaugh is probably saying, like, I'm not paying guys millions of dollars to come to my school. You know, forget the NCAA for a second. You know, they suspended him for sign stealing, illegal recruiting because he called somebody, had dinner with the wrong recruit. Now you have to factor in NIL. No, man, I'm going to go to the NFL. I'm going to make more money. I don't have to deal with the NCAA. Yeah, I think he won the championship. Why deal with the NCAA anymore? No, I think he's gone to the NFL. He's going to have his choice of jobs.
What should my daughter do? I mean, she got in Alabama and Auburn. I mean, what do we got now?
Well, listen, you know, people who go to Auburn, we love Auburn. People who, and I mean that sincerely. People
you know how hard
it
is to get into Auburn now? You got to have a 4.2. Chuck, you got to have a you got to have a 4.2 to get in. And obviously, she gets the brains from me.
Hey, let me tell you something. First of all, she got your brains. It's a 2.4. You're just looking at the numbers backwards. It's a 2.4. You got kids. If she's got Kitty's brain, it's a 4.2. Hey, listen. Let me tell you something. If your daughter want to go to Auburn, I can hook her up. Okay.
I know you can. That's only because you love my wife more than me, but that's another story. There we go. Right?
Yeah, I do, but I'm telling you something. Listen, Auburn is very difficult to get in.
It is?
Well, let me tell you something. As much money as I give Auburn, they better let your daughter in if she want to go to Auburn. Trust
she
me.
got in. Yeah, she's in.
Oh, she got in?
Yeah.
Well, listen, let me tell you something. It's a great school. It's great academically. You know, we're excited about our future with Coach Freeze. Man, it's going to be, I will tell you this, the next few days with this Alabama thing are going to be fascinating. If they're going to, because, like, come on, man, regardless, that job is wow. That's a wow job. You know, that's like UCLA basketball, Kentucky basketball, the New York Yankees. You know, I'm trying to think, how many jobs out there, like,
really?
They call, you're like, oh, yeah, I don't care how successful I am, I got to look at that job. If you're a baseball manager, if the Yankees call, you're like, yeah, you take that phone call. You know, I mean, there are very few jobs where you're like, I don't care where you at, you're like, oh, I got to take a look at that job. Alabama, listen, as much as I hate them, you got to take that phone call. Even if you got a good job right now, you still have to take, like, oh, man, the Alabama job is open. I mean, that's a real thing. You got to take a look at that job. No matter how successful you are at other schools, you got to take the Alabama phone call. You do. You have to, plain and simple.
No doubt. And whoever the successor is, it's going to be a remarkable ride, man, to follow the legend in Nick Saban. Chuck, we kept you too long, man. Thank you so much for your time at this hour, and we greatly appreciate your friendship, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, brother, you know I love you, man. You be safe. You take care of yourself. Now I'm going to go celebrate and get really drunk, and then Saban's gone.
You killed me, man. I'm going to get really drunk, and Saban's gone. God bless you. Charles Barkley here with us on ESPN Radio with Jake Asman. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Jake, he started it with, I will never forget it, the first Iron Bowl with Alabama and Auburn. Nick Saban,
I almost had it.
Local show. all those years, 17 years ago, at WJOX with Lance Taylor on the round table, and he says, this is like the day Michael Jackson died, Elvis died, and he threw in another one. I can't remember the third. And all of a sudden now, you fire Mike Shula and you hire Nick Saban, the worst day of my life. Right? I mean, and then he throws that in at the end, it comes full circle. That's only Charles Barkley that can sum it up in that way. But a lot of interesting insight from a former player, right, as to the state of college athletics.
It's changed, and obviously Charles Barkley played at Auburn a very long time ago, but go back even 3-4 years, hell, go back even 2 years, Ian. I mean, this is a different world. It's the wild, wild west. It's been coined a lot. You heard Charles talk about that in your conversation with him. It's not the same, and Nick Saban, I think, got to a point in his life where at age 72, with 7 national titles, 6 at Alabama, maybe he just had enough, and there's nothing wrong with that. He could keep going if he wanted to, but maybe he finally said, you know what, I want to enjoy some time with my family. I don't want to go through having to recruit my own players every year. Now, I don't want to deal with the transfer portal, and maybe
I think that's the biggest part, man. You heard Shane Beamer.
Yeah.
If you are just tuning in, folks, Shane Beamer, head
Are you
coach of South
serious?
Carolina, joined us about an hour ago.
Bro, what the hell is up with defense in this
I'm not
game?
speaking for him, but it's not easy. It's a different world. You're having to not just recruit your own team every day, but high school, JUCO, and you're having to go poach your friend's team for his players. Because if you don't do it, somebody else is going to go get your friend's players on another team and come beat you with them.
you have no downtime. Maybe Nick Saban was finally like, what do I have to prove at this point? And look, good for him. It's a testament to his greatness that he's been able to last as long as he's been able to last, still obviously coaching at the highest of levels. I mean, here he is, inches away from having a chance to win an 8th national title in Houston. If Alabama was able to get by Michigan in the Rose Bowl, they were that close.
Well, by the way, where Jake still is, he's still in Houston, still at the national championship. I got out yesterday. He's still there. He might need progressive insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. Closing ceremonies are on deck, including just a crazy night in college athletics and the dominoes when it comes to the college coaching carousel. Saban out. Where might Alabama be looking? We've got a name for you and a plane tracker already being tracked. And it goes out west. Details next here on ESPN Radio. We have a ton to unpack tonight before we get to Q Myers and Emmett Golden coming up on game night here on ESPN Radio. We'll be following Jake Asman, who's in for the ailing Amber Wilson. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons. You're on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Busy night. Albert Breer, MMQB.com, NFL Insider, here with us on the future of Bill Belichick. Also, Nick Saban. I mean, you name it. Buckeye Breer is dialed in. Charles Barkley, Shane Beamer. Go on down the list of guests that have joined us when it comes to Brock Heward, the future, Reese Davis, as far as college football and who's replacing Nick Saban, the legacy that Saban has left behind. Now, Jake, let's go backwards first, and then we'll look forward. When it comes to Saban and what he did, to me, one of the most impressive things is that he evolved with the times. Bud Wilkinson did not have to deal with the NIL and the portal, right, when he was the head coach at Oklahoma and had the longest win streak in the history of college football, right?
Still is to this day, 60
Saban
games.
has done, evolving with the times, has been nothing short of spectacular.
And I get the ball to the second half.
In 12 years, in 17 seasons as the head coach at Alabama, 28 overall as the head coach. 6 at Alabama, 7 overall.
Ah, too high.
He's never had a losing season. Never. What he's done and been able to adapt and overcome
Too much.
has been nothing short of remarkable. Going from ground and pound to, okay, you know what? I can't do that anymore, so I'm going to bring in guys like Lane Kiffin and Steve Sarkisian to run an offense that
64 yards for the guy, he ain't going to get
still
there.
be able to recruit high-flying players. That is part of the greatness of Nick Saban, being able to adapt and evolve as a head coach.
Ian, think about this. Alabama had more players drafted in the first round than Nick Saban had losses at Alabama. 44 players in round one, 29 losses at Alabama. I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest coaches in all of sports, but to me, clearly the greatest college football coach of all time because of what you
It
said.
was almost
His ability
good.
to win in the different eras he coached in. His ability to evolve from ground and pound to airing it out, hiring so many great coaches
There's
along the
no
way.
highlights. I don't know why we have a halftime show. There's no highlights.
Just never relenting, and still, in his now final season, still going to the college football playoff, winning another SEC title, and coming so close to playing for another national title. If Nick Saban wanted the coach for another 5 years, I wouldn't doubt that during those 5 years, he'd figure it out and still have Alabama being one of the best teams in college football. He's that special of a coach.
4 picks in the first half. Not a fan, but I did throw 3 touchdowns.
Earlier this year,
That's the only good thing.
He's so fiery and so competitive. He needs coaching like you and I need oxygen. That's a line that Reese Davis gave us 2 hours ago, right? And he to see the news that he's walking away. I mean, God bless you. I mean, what he's given to the game and what he gave to the game and how much he loves the game. I'll never forget a story he told me.
Yes.
In West Virginia, in the mines, right? You know, by the coal mines.
Ooh, God.
He said he got a D in music, and his dad took him down the mine. It's the only time he ever went down. And he has the utmost respect for everybody who went in those mines. His grandfather, his dad, you know, his father-in-law, his grandfather-in-law. And he went 527 feet. Not 525. Not 530. 527. And his dad told him, this is where you're going to end up if you don't get your belief together and study and hit the books and study hard. And that's when he realized, you know what? I got my belief together. That was in junior high. And here he is now one of the greatest college football coach ever. And it's those moments that he remembers, right? His recoil of you know, just not 525, not 527 feet, right? That's what makes him so unbelievable. And part of the reason he's leaving now, I don't think it's healthy.
Wow. That was a quarterback draw. That's not a sack.
Portal, all the chaos. We talked to Shane Beamer, head coach of South Carolina, about this very thing. Here's Shane Beamer about an hour ago when it comes to the change
wow.
Coaching.
The wide receiver picking up his quarterback.
To NIL in the portal, and
now I got to rethrow deep balls all over.
Done. And what he went on to say, obviously we don't have that clip, Jake, is it may have gone into it, right? But it's different, man. You have to recruit your own roster. You have to go and not just recruit high school, but your own roster and your friends' roster. And it's not fun. It's hard. And for a guy who's done it as much as he has, did that have some weight into his decision? Maybe. Shane wasn't saying he has any knowledge of it, but is it possible? Sure it is.
No doubt. And now imagine Nick Saban decides to retire. Who's getting that job? I mean, it's going to move fast. It's college football recruiting going on. Yeah, we know Shane Beaver's recruiting now. So, Ian, who's going to get that job? That's the biggest question in the sport moving forward.
These two guys are going to hate me for bringing their names up, but I know who I would go after. And there's little doubt in my mind that Nick Saban did not have 2 names. Forget 3. 2 names given to Greg Byrne, the athletic director at Alabama. And that's Kalen DeBoer and Dan Lanning. Those are my names, right, that I'm giving. But Dan Lanning was a GA at Alabama. Kirby Smart's defensive coordinator at Georgia. Now the head coach at Oregon. Kalen DeBoer, I just love to death. I love both these guys. They're going to hate me for bringing their names up. I'm not saying those are the names that Saban gave them. Those are 2 I would be looking at. What a night. Chris Lowe reporting Nick Saban retiring from the great game of college football. I'm Ian Fitzsimmons with Jake Assman here on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80.
Wow, that was loud. Belichick ain't coaching ever again.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Imagine a place of your own in your name. A place where all your stuff is. Thrive. Click to learn more about Virginia.
Let's go.
And how home helps everyone.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stuka.
Galladay not only scores a touchdown, but gets popped and loses the ball. Yeah, damn.
This is the day I have to serve the Richard Simmons punishment.
Is that what you're doing?
You guys couldn't get me a less cheap costume than this so that the headband would work correctly and it wouldn't look like I've got a ton of surface area on my forehead.
I mean, that's the point.
No, the point is it's supposed to fit snugly so that this can look like so that it...
No, we pride ourselves on historical accuracy, so that's the Richard Simmons.
Yeah, he had a lot of surface area.
Yeah. No, that's so far so good. Yeah. Look, this day was scheduled long in advance. Can't help the news cycle.
The news cycle makes this show, I believe, one of the most newsworthy sports days we've had here in 2 decades. We called everyone. Lucy's sick. Lucy's been off for 2 weeks sick. She had to rush in to get in today to talk about all the things that are happening.
I don't feel good, but I'm here, Dan, for you.
Thank you,
Just remember
Lucy.
that.
Thank you for playing tough. Jessica is wearing some sort of smock back there that I think is a grid of death punishment, but I was told is not a grid of death punishment. She just wants to be fashionable.
Saving space.
Young Saban.
He's very young. That's not Alabama. I think that there might be 10. Well, let's do 5 sports news stories of the night. With his Zoom and his driving and he's at the doctor's office, and this promises to be pretty complicated, talking to Bob Ryan as he drives on the Zoom.
You're trying to get Bob Ryan on Zoom?
Yeah.
I have him on a car phone.
Let me get some notes together here to see if because there's just too much. All right, well, I was going to ask you, if you had to bias going to show here.
Not now, Dan. I'm flight tracking. There is a scheduled flight out of Tuscaloosa to Athens in a couple hours. Wheels up.
How much?
Greece? Wow, who's there?
How much studying of flight tracking are you doing? The coaching carousel today is the craziest coaching carousel we've ever had in football. It's got to be, correct? It has to be. There cannot be a coaching carousel that is more fun and bigger than today. But I'm honestly not sure if the coaching carousel... I need to be careful here because these shorts are really short, and if I get up to
more like Dixon.
Kill the music.
Sweating to the oldies, though.
All right, I'm going to give you a top 5, but I'm afraid it's going to have more than 5. I'm not going to do coaching carousel yet. Number 5, Bill Belichick out in New England.
That's number 5?
Yes.
Is this because we had time to prepare ourselves for this story, potentially?
It's because of how much happened.
Oh.
So even if it were a shock, it would still be a number 5 for you?
Yeah, it's not really a shock.
No, we're saying hypothetically.
That was my point.
It would climb a little bit.
Like if it just out of the blue.
Right, but we kind of knew it was coming, right? Like, you know what? I should do OLI because I should do OLI. Let me do OLI. This is my bad. I'm not very good at the top 5 list. OLI, Pete Carroll out in Seattle.
I'm so happy you mentioned this. This is a forgotten man.
Poor Pete.
You have Saban retiring one championship.
Don't give away the list.
Hold on, let me just argue for the merits of the Pete Carroll story.
Without mentioning other names, though.
Well, we just mentioned Belichick. All right, so you have Belichick, who's won Super Bowls. You have Saban, who's won college football championships. You have one coach that's done both of those things, and he's not in your top 5.
I'm sorry. It's not a top 5 worthy thing, given everything that's happened.
Had he been outright fired as opposed to reassigned, would that have changed?
It looks like he was outright fired.
He was reassigned.
He sounded like a guy that was outright fired.
He was outright reassigned.
It's East Coast bias.
Vrabel's not going to make this list because we talked about it yesterday. It happened at the end of what was happening yesterday, so he's not going to even be on
But
the list.
there was an update on the story. He wanted roster control.
Yeah, that can't make it today. Roster control can't make it today. So, also number 5, because I'm bad at this. I need another 5. Stephen A. Smith goes after Jason Whitlock.
I'm unfamiliar.
You haven't heard the story?
No.
Okay, maybe we'll get to it later. Also, number 5, Nick Saban retires.
Okay, again, Pete Carroll won one in the pros and in college.
Doing the college football playoff era.
Legend in 2 games like he's Pee Wee Kirkland.
Also, number 5, Charles Barkley tells Gayle King that he would punch Aaron Rodgers in the face.
No, you wouldn't.
These are tied. These are all.
These are all number 5.
Then she tried to protect him a little bit, and he's like, no. Let me be clear. I would punch him directly in the face.
Yeah, you've mentioned you mentioned the day it is with Pete Carroll. I believe it was Farrah Fawcett who died on the day that Michael Jackson died. That is unfortunate, and I can't keep up with the speed of the news over the last 24 hours. Some of this stuff happened when people were sleeping.
I can't believe that this is all 5.
Also, number 5, Pat McAfee fires Aaron Rodgers.
What was that, like 5E? Very misleading.
Yeah, he didn't fire.
What happened? It's a hell of a way to spin the end of a term.
He only appears during the season. The season is over. Nothing to do with it.
We fired Tim Kirkshin after the Fall Classic.
We sure did. We kicked his ass to the curb.
Number 4, Steph Curry suggests roster changes with the Warriors.
That's ahead of Stephen.
Right there with Stephen A. Whitlock. I had no idea this happened.
You said roster control wasn't on this list, so.
Yeah, what's that about?
Roster control for Vrabel. Steph Curry's a superstar.
For a player is different. Yeah.
Order. Steph Curry.
Mike Vrabel has road playoff wins at New England and at Baltimore.
Vrabel to Alabama. How about that?
You guys.
What?
Place on the schedule, though.
No.
That's Tuscaloosa. I can't.
You guys believe that I've got the order right here?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Well, you don't even know what I've got
Hear the
next,
rest of the
though.
list.
You
Yeah,
guys
need
don't
to hear
know
the
what I
rest.
have next. Like, that's how. Why are you judging my list? I mean, Steph Curry, forgive me, suggesting roster changes on something that's dynastic and now more than Belichick and Saban on.
Again, it's not bigger than Pete Carroll.
It's not?
No, Pete Carroll won a championship in college and in the pros.
If you told me Steph Curry asked for roster changes, meaning Draymond and Clay gotta go, then yes, that's a huge story. But if we're talking about Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, yeah, not a story.
Okay, so it's my list.
Yeah, gotta go.
Yeah.
Number 3, Haywood Highsmith career high versus the Thunder.
Embarrassment of riches for the Miami Heat. Ignore the score from last night. Haywood Highsmith was great.
Ignore the fourth quarter.
I have no problems with this one.
Number 2, big game for the Florida Panthers tonight.
It's 90s night. Yeah. Anytime Anze Kopitar comes to town, you could throw the records right out.
Anze Kopitar and them boys coming in.
Shit, we play Florida tonight.
They stink at home, but on the road, they're as good as the Florida Panthers are. They're a superhuman team on the road, but the Florida Panthers are as hot as they've ever been as a franchise, Roy.
Yeah, Keen's coming off of an overtime loss in Tampa, and the Panthers got their first home game off of a long road trip, so should be a good game.
Greatest road trip in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, I was saying so. Yeah.
Hard pressed to find a better one.
Tell me more.
4 games in a row, goal scored for Matthew Tkachuk. He is flipped the switch.
Wait a minute, that was my number 1. That was my number 1. That was my number 1. Tkachuk, a hat trick, flip the switch, a hat trick and a period. Matthew Tkachuk is back. That was my number 1.
I think this might be the best Florida Panthers team ever. And I know we said it a lot this time I mean it. I meant it, you know what's weird is I meant it all the previous times, but they found a way as a franchise to keep getting better. And this Sam, I know he's
Sam Reinhart, y'all.
Nauseum about Sam Reinhart. Is he gonna get?
It seems like they've perfected the Maurice system. It took them like a year or so to like really figure it out. They're playing it now. They figured it out.
It can't be Paul Ball. They play with a puck.
That's great. Paul Ball's great.
If you can only bring one back, Montour or Reinhart, who you going?
I'm going Montour.
You got to focus on your defense, though.
Yeah, but
that's tough. That's
look,
tough.
I am not going to forget who Brandon Montour was that last run. Okay, I got a lot of tape on Sam Reinhart, and we got to give credit to Barkey. because Barkey has made Sam Reinhart into a Hart Trophy potential finalist. This is crazy. He is the perfect line mate for Barkov.
Let me go around the room since there were so many objections to my top 5 list, and you guys think I got it all wrong. Let me go around the room. I want all of you to pick a single story. You're only allowed to pick one. What was the biggest story in the biggest talk story in the last 24 hours? The reason that all these people are here today because they want to hear from me after getting very tired of hearing me talk about all the ESPN stuff. But there are a couple of stories here that I believe I am uniquely informed on. I've got my choice, but it ain't the stuff happening at ESPN at all.
Oh!
Talking point today. I want to go around the room. Jeremy, what is, you can only pick one. Oh, I didn't even mention Tiger Woods firing Nike.
Again, that's the end of a term. You're confusing the end of a term with a firing. And if someone were to fire someone in that scenario, it wouldn't be Tiger.
That's just so they can pay more money to Dan Lanning to stay, right?
I don't want to talk to Jeremy about this. I made a bad decision. I mean, what was your?
No, I didn't even. You're just getting skipped.
No, because I know what your bias is. I'll come back to you, but I've got a decent guess what you're going to go with because your bias is absolute and it's bothersome. It's annoying. I mean, what is
UCF upsetting number 3 Kansas?
I guess we're
Dan,
going to it now.
It was amazing.
Go sit in Kansas City. Kansas City.
No, not Kansas City.
Well, they're in Lawrence.
Oh man,
Lawrence, Kansas. Which is, do you know there's a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri? They're border towns.
Only blue blood in the state, Dan.
Go sit in Lawrence, Kansas.
When I went to Kansas City, the entire time, I thought I was in Missouri. I was in Kansas.
What?
What?
Is MCI the airport I should have been looking for?
Imagine, I'm in my car driving to a Chiefs game, and I saw a sign that said, "Welcome to Missouri." I was like, well, where the hell was I?
Oh, wrong room.
I was just making sure. MCI? All right, we're good.
Dan, if I may go next, I think the biggest story is the Miami men's basketball team last night losing at home to the worst team in the ACC, the Louisville Cardinals. That is a hugely underreported story happening right now in sports.
Last night was the worst night of my life. It was the worst night of my life. Tough night to be a blue blood in college basketball. Tennessee gets upset.
The last couple of nights in college basketball have been crazy.
I cannot believe my blue-blooded Miami Hurricanes lost to a football.
What? That was the first down.
Why? I have had their home security system in my house for many, many years, protecting both me and threats them for a full refund. Keep your home and family safer than ever in the new year. As a listener, you can save 20% on your new system with Fast Protect monitoring by visiting simplysafe.com/DLB. Customize your system in just minutes. That's simplysafe.com/DLB. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Don Lebacard, Hensley Jansen. I gotta be careful of it. What did I just do? He started again. Stugatz. He's the closer. Comes in, 9th inning, closes the game out. His name is Kenley Jansen. He has blamed his recent.
This is the Don Lebacard
Recent.
Show with the Stugatz.
Yes, the punter, Blake Gilligan with a tackle.
Presented by DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code Dan.
Ow, my
It's
nipple.
much more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
I see what everyone's doing here, Dan. They're being all zany. They're going off board. Something like, clearly the
I would
big
like
topic.
serious. I
was being serious. I couldn't choose Earn Guy.
I got
so
you.
I went with Miami and Louisville.
I got you, Dan.
I would like serious.
It's Lopez falling to the Cyclones in the second round.
How did the Cyclones have the best two backcourters on the planet? How did that work out?
Manu and Lopez on the same roster.
Now, I know you're thinking the sport has changed in front court. We should emphasize that. But no, not when you have an opportunity to take Lopez. Straight from the Basque Country, Dan.
All right, the back row is behaving as the back row does. I now want serious answers
Douglas
to my
went
question.
number 1. What are the Warriors doing?
I want, Lucy, you follow me. You're the only one around here willing, because you're newer, to actually take suggestions.
Well, first, I can't believe I came in for this. Wow. Seems like a bad decision on
What
my
a day. Jam-packed.
We haven't talked about Caitlin Clark selling out Mackey Arena last night.
We're
She had the best shot that didn't count. It was so beautiful. Sold out. They averaged 4,000 people a game, 14,000 last night for my girl.
God damn.
In passing the other day that since 2020, Caitlin Clark has she's got 10 40-point games, and Iowa football has 4.
Well,
It
yeah,
is,
that's
but
bad.
it's still kind of
When a
So no one's
female,
going to
when a
be serious about
college
this boy
basketball
because
player
it's very
basically
serious.
has
What are you
more
talking about?
40-point
Give
games
Dan what he needs here.
by
Oh, absolutely.
herself
Alexander Barkov
than
not
a
being voted
53-man
the
roster
All-Star
of
game
college
stands.
football players over the course of a 3-4 year span. You know your offense was some dog shit. Caitlin Clark has 10 40-point games since 2020. The Iowa football team as a whole only has 4. The New Orleans Saints had a season in which they averaged 33 points a game, and that was back in 2018. They had 3 games in 2020 when they put up 50.
A guy that won in Belichick's sport, beat Belichick, by the way, and a guy that won in Saban's sport. Only one out of those two that's being talked about right now. He's the only one that's gotten both. Yeah, and he looked like he got forced out. He sounds like a man that still wants to coach.
I'd be really curious. Play the carousel music again, because a lot of people, we are in love
My
with.
quads can't take this.
We're in love with leadership.
He did it a different way. He was ahead of his time. And even though he was the oldest head coach in the NFL, he aged with grace because his style really appealed to the current player. I mean, the Seahawks just missed out on the playoffs. Who are you to tell me that the Seahawks underdelivered on expectations this year? Great head coach.
Would you say that something culturally has changed in football, something perhaps that we might not understand about power dynamics when Carroll, Vrabel, and Belichick
What?
out when
He caught
all
that?
of us would say, no matter who your fan base is, you'd say Belichick has spoiled his fan base if he's fireable. Vrabel has spoiled his fan base if he is fireable. So there are other power dynamics at work.
All right, 105.
You
Let's get
take
it. Let's
from
try it.
yesterday's news, which I would believe to be one of the biggest sports news days ever when it comes to coaching surprises and changes. Do you think there's something happening culturally in the league that would make that also, or it's just a coincidence? It's a happy coincidence that we get all this content.
I mean, aging does exist. It was a hell of a run for those guys.
But Vrabel's not old. Like that could be just a.
Vrabel, that was just a power struggle. This is an old-fashioned power struggle.
Well, Belichick was a power struggle too. Like Belichick, let's be clear on what happened.
Vrabel had better results, I thought. I thought Vrabel over-delivered on this year.
Saban's the only one, choosing to retire, it sounds like, of all of the options, including Pete Carroll.
I've got to tell you, that deserved to be in the top 5.
What was the biggest surprise from all of
Yes,
Carroll,
and he's in the
Vrabel,
zone.
And Saban? What's the biggest surprise where you're yesterday going,
Vrabel.
Saban.
I'm gonna say it's Lopez falling to the Cyclones.
I think the Saban retirement's been rumored for the last 2 seasons, pretty. I feel like we even talked about on this show when they were struggling at the beginning of the season, this could be it, guys. So I don't know, I wasn't that surprised by it, to be honest.
I haven't looked around. I haven't checked the research, but I've got to assume that Saban and Belichick doing that on the same day, that's never happened before. 2 coaches of that kind of greatness stepping away from their stability.
So different days, and we think that's with intention because, you got to clear out the news cycle for Bill Belichick.
Damn it.
But it did happen the same day in that Pete Carroll got
Okay, within 24 hours. Within the same 24 hours, Saban and Belichick.
And Carroll.
There's just no way that kind of legendary leadership on the same day.
Are you doing a bit where you're leaving Pete Carroll off of this? Because there's a Venn diagram and Pete Carroll sits at the middle of it.
I actually changed my answer. Pete Carroll did actually shock me, and I feel like it shocked him because if he had known and kind of planned ahead, they would have each chosen a different day, right? There's no way Pete Carroll wants to be leaving Seattle the same day Saban's retiring.
Can America take a lesson from what happened in the last 24 hours with football coaching? Old people, really old, over 70-something, retire.
What's going on with getting Bob Ryan on the Zoom, Mike, speaking of that?
Oh, wow.
He was trying to explain to me, he's like, I told you already, I'm only on my phone. I can't do Zoom. I'm like, no, Zoom is our onboarding system. You can treat it like a phone call. He's like, all right, so you call me. I'm like, that, I can't, Bob, you're just going to have to trust me on this one. Click this button that I'm sending to you, and you're good. He's like, send it to this other number. don't know if this is gonna work, but boy, am I enjoying the ride.
Matt Brown just heard Chris Cody and was like,
What should I do on a day like today about who our first guest should be? Because we've got a bunch of guests today, and normally we clear out a lot of guests on the biggest of news days.
Adnan and Samson coming up in an hour. No, I'm kidding. I canceled it.
Well, but what about everyone else we have? Did you cancel the UFO guy?
No. There was a unidentified jellyfish flying over Iraq.
That's
what? There's video of this. We got video. We'll show it, and we'll talk to Jeremy Corbell about it. The aliens are here, and I told you they're coming from our oceans.
Jamel Hill is going to join us at some point, and Amin, what do you think is interesting about the power dynamic?
Why are you not tackling?
Guys, this takes precedent. Show the video of the jellyfish in the air.
This jellyfish.
Look at that.
That's a drone.
No, it's
like
unidentified. Look at that's thermal. It's changing colors.
It's a drone with a bag on it.
No, it's not a drone with a bag on it. Those are dogs in the background right there. The military couldn't lock in on this target. That's a thermal right there. You see it changing colors right there? A bag doesn't change colors.
As Kansas was number 3 in the nation.
What?
A drone can absolutely change colors.
Gotta be honest.
All you gotta do is have different heat patterns coming out of it.
This could be a camera smudge.
feels like the beginning of a Katy Perry song.
Do you ever feel
like a jellyfish floating through the sky, burning Iraqi freedom?
That is clearly and obviously a drone, and Mike says that it can't change.
You're
colors.
fucking
It
serious.
can fly and spy on people and go anywhere in the world undetected, but it can't change colors. That's what you're arguing.
Baby, you're a camera smudge.
Nobody cares.
I'm pretty sure when it first came up, I did think it was a camera.
So
smudge.
Jeremy will, when he joins us,
106.
because we got to talk about this story today. Jeremy Corbell, there is apparently video. Now, this is not the video of this thing.
No,
in
fuck
a
you.
body of water, and within
Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
dipping into the
I
ocean,
want to play a
only
little
to
bit of
reemerge
everybody's golf
and
after this.
disappear in the sky just as quickly as it appeared. It's crazy, and our military didn't have an answer for what they saw that night.
And he will have, Corbell will
I'm
have
so salty about that.
We're
Like,
going to play that video later.
Yeah, that video comes to us courtesy of Jeremy Corbell.
Okay, because what's happening here, have you seen the huge numbers that our alien feed is doing out here on while it sort of tries to study what's happening at
America's
Bayside, where there were,
struggling,
50
and it's
police
mainly my
officers
fault.
chasing 8-foot aliens the other day?
I fully believe that this video that Jeremy Corbell has provided of this
you've got to be fucking serious.
put out there to distract us from the news of Pete Carroll getting let go from Seattle.
Isn't Corbell like the cheap champagne?
Yep.
Let's try this again.
Almost an ice cream, too.
You guys really petered out there. You guys had so much
Peter
good,
Carrolled out.
good stuff.
Honestly, my quads are on fire.
My junk hurts from doing that.
Imagine a place of your own in your name. A place where all your stuff is. Where there's a dinner table and a family around it. Virginia Housing makes it possible for thousands across the Commonwealth with our special home ownership programs, including loans, grants, and free classes. Because when we help people buy homes, their communities thrive. Click to learn more about Virginia Housing and see how home helps everyone.
Don Lebatard.
Oh, I think Larry Fitzgerald's on the green right there.
Stugats.
That's Alfonso Ribeiro.
How do you think that Larry Fitzgerald?
And the son.
To be fair,
Yeah.
to be fair,
All right, whatever.
Alfonso Ribeiro has a great ass.
This is the Don Lebatard show with the Stugats.
I know what a lot of you are here for today. And
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no,
since
no,
I
no,
have your
no.
attention for the
No, 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 no,
I
no.
want to report of a story that's probably not going to get a lot of attention, but a federal court order has directed the U.S. Marshals
No, no,
to
no, no,
all
no.
of Miami City Commissioners.
He did not get his feet involved. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Properties months after the commissioner lost a multi-million-dollar civil lawsuit.
What? That's a bullshit call, ref.
And I just want to take this moment to salute Billy Corbin and all the work he has done chasing this person around, because now that the precedent is set, I can say it. Joe Carroy was a piece of shit. if he's within a mile of where you are, you need to cover up yourself and protect your soul. Yes. And it's a good thing that he's under this heat because he has run Miami for way too long, and it's annoying. I have not heard much of the Stephen A. Smith sound, but people have, I know when something happens at ESPN because of what happens to my phone. Every time something happens at ESPN. And that's a power move. Like McAfee set the bar. Oh, you can say things now? And Stephen A's like, I might make less than McAfee, but I don't have less power than McAfee. And he just did what he wanted to yesterday. And I mean, I don't know what you think the biggest talk story from yesterday was. All of them. You can select from all of them. Which one would you select?
I think realistically, it's probably Saban retiring because it's so unexpected. But personally, for me, the Whitlock, Stephen A. Smith rant was exhilarating. That was the most interesting thing to me. But if you're talking about what's going to get the biggest interest, what
Bro,
are
you
most
fucking
people
serious?
interested about? It's Saban. He's a legend and he's retiring.
Yeah, not playing games. When I heard this went down, I sought leaks. I wanted to get advanced copies of what Stephen A. Smith was going to do, and then I saw the whole thing, and he did not disappoint.
Well, this is what I told you because, Mike, I told you this yesterday. You guys won't believe this, but it's the absolute truth. What I'm about to tell you, and we're going to play some of these clips now, and I'm going to be hearing some of them for the very first time.
Really?
Yes.
How did you contain yourself from like a...
Well, because I want to react to them in real time because I kind of know all of this story, okay? I know all of this, and I know all of it. What I'm saying right now is not made up at all. At 2 o'clock yesterday, I get a phone call, and I pick up my phone. And I'm not kidding you when I tell you that what was conjured for me, because the person on the other end wasn't really listening to me, he was just, it felt like prowling around the cage like a tiger, like ready to do something. And it was Stephen A. Smith, and this is what he said to me.
How dare you order Mexican from me?
I'm not kidding when I say this. This is what he said. Like, I could tell he's steaming. I've known him for 30 years. I could tell he's steaming. And he's not listening to me. Like, I'm talking to him, and he's getting ready for his show. And wherever it is he goes in his head to get ready for this show, to talk about a guy he has purposely not talked about for many, many years, who has accused him of being a plant like Kevin Hart, because now everybody wants the Cat Williams interview in the clips. All these guys want it. So Jason Whitlock accuses Stephen A. Smith of being a plant like Kevin Hart. I think that's where this started.
Yes.
I'm going to guess that's where this started.
With a very shit-eating grin.
He also said he lied a bunch in his book. There's a lot of things Whitlock has said.
Stephen A. Smith is a plant like Kevin Hart. He always has this grin on his face when he's talking because he feels like, oh, I know so much that you guys haven't noticed. He's a plant like Kevin Hart.
You guys,
good Whitlock?
It's not, but that's how.
No, cadence and delivery. That's on
I
the
can't
money.
do his voice, but he does this thing where everyone knows you average 1.5 points.
Excellent.
Now, I'm not a math major. Oh God, it's truly one of the more annoying deliveries there is out there.
It all gives off sadness to me. Anytime I watch Whitlock these days, I get sad.
Which is often?
No, I mean, I just see the clips. I'm just saying I see these clips.
But hold on, because I do not want to spend this time ripping Whitlock, and I do. I know.
Yep.
I know.
Well, let Stephen A. do it for us.
No, I'm going to give you the whole story. I'm going to, at some point here today, I have not talked about any of this stuff, any of it, for many, many years.
Yes.
And I'm going to talk about some of it today, but I don't think you're going to hear. I don't want to disparage Whitlock. Plenty of people are doing that. I want to tell you the real story. Like, you guys are going to do hijinks and stuff, and I understand it, but I have what is the real and actual story. And it starts yesterday with Stephen A. Smith calling me. And I'm telling you, he's not really, I don't feel like he's listening to me when I'm talking to him. And then at the end of the phone call, what he says is, buckle up, and then hangs up.
Oh, shit.
Wow. Did he have a cigarette and he butted it?
Oh my
I was
God.
talking to him on the phone. It was not FaceTime.
You could hear him.
And he was a lion in a cage, just sort of, he's purposely not talked about this person. Man, I mean,
real quick, he did say that in his rant. He said, I called my pastor, and I called my closest friends.
Which was hilarious.
Yeah, we have that clip. Let's go ahead and fire it up because this is how he set up what he was about to do.
Jason, I said that name. It's not a name I've uttered. I normally don't do that, but it's necessary to do now. I've had enough of that fat bastard. That piece of shit. And I want to make sure that before I go to break, I want anyone out there who watches me, anyone out there who knows me, anyone out there, no matter what you think of me, I want you to remember, I never talk about him. I never talk about my colleagues. I don't do that. This is a first. But it's necessary. And when I say don't talk about him, I don't mean don't talk about him literally. I don't get in on him like I'm about to do now. I literally called my pastor and asked for his forgiveness and understanding in advance because he's not going to recognize the person he's about to hear. I did the same when I emailed the bosses at ESPN. This is my podcast. I own and operate this. I do what I want on this podcast. But it doesn't mean that I still don't harbor a responsibility to at least give my daytime employers a heads up as to what I'm about to do. My sisters, my nieces and nephews, my boys in the industry, everybody that I could reach out to in time has been warned. It's time for me to address this. I'm only going to do it once. Because this bastard is worth less than a damn cockroach.
Oh, damn.
He wanted my attention.
You got it, bitch.
He's got it.
Oh, man.
Jason, Dan, how cool is it? You're one of his boys in the industry.
Less cool than I would like for it to be when I call him this morning or text him this morning and say, hey, I'm going to get your pastor as a guest. I want to do a post-game with him.
That's why he's the GOAT, guys.
And he said, absolutely not. You're not going to do that. Or actually what he said is, my pastor would not do that. I have known Stephen A. Smith for 30 years. And
it's okay, guys.
Right there, that person that you see in front of you, and I could see where Whitlock would get this confused. That person is the most sophisticated person I have ever seen as a minority navigate the labyrinth of power the way you must to get all of these clown people who are running sports television in general to give you the power you need. But now, because McAfee has set the template, and because Stephen A. Smith in 18 months is a free agent, and he's making $7 million a year less than McAfee while being worth to that network, I think, in terms of what they've built there.
Time to get into the Steelers playbook.
Own podcast, the things that will get him the power and the clicks in leverage to tell ESPN, you either pay me or I'm going to build my own thing. I don't think people know that he has as his agent the guy who was John Skipper at ESPN before John Skipper. His agent is Shapiro, the guy who was the president of ESPN and ran Six Flags for Daniel Snyder. And what they're building is the future of all these guys are going to fight in this space. Bill Simmons, all these guys with the power, whether it's Whitlock or Simmons or Colin Cowherd or Skip Bayless is now losing all the numbers because he lost Shannon Sharp. All these guys at the top of the food chain are waiting for the entire media to crumble so they could stand as their own brand. And Stephen A is going to have the choice. Can I keep using ESPN as an infomercial, or can I have my own podcast where that right there can't happen on ESPN? It simply can't. The way that he delivered all of that is not something that can happen on mainstream television.
Dan, let me ask you a question. You said a couple of times now, because of what McAfee did, Stephen A feels empowered to do this. Do you think that's the case, or is it just a case of Whitlock said another thing about him and he's just said enough? Like if McAfee hadn't had his whole thing with Norby over the last week, don't you think Stephen A still...
You know McAfee hates Noble Williamson. I've heard very disturbing things about the guy. So
I ran into these people because I could not abide them being my boss. Stephen A. is respectful to his bosses. Stephen A. is the only person at that company who called me when I was in the immigration brown kids in cages at the border controversy, fighting the company on something, and said to me, calls me and says, Dan, you can't go against the company. He's the only one who had the balls to do it. No one else would say that to me. It became a whole bunch of whispered conversations. And so I do believe he's just getting stronger. So fine, it might not be McAfee is the impetus. And no, clearly his hatred of Whitlock is the impetus. That is real and it is strong.
Whitlock's book review, where he calls him a plant, was the impetus for all
I know, but man, Bomani has never spoken about Whitlock, and I'm not going to speak for Bomani, okay? But there is a dangerous thing with people who are powerful and black going after each other in public. That's part of why Cat Williams got all those clicks, and part of why people are arguing, Shannon Sharp, you need to be more of a journalist there. And Cat Williams is tearing down every powerful black comic. Like, one thing that I know Stephen A. Smith got wrong, he says that Jason Whitlock sent me to go talk to him. No, he did not. No, he did not. But I'm going to explain all of that and play some more clips about this. Next, because there's a lot of rich and interesting stuff here about how power works, how politics work, how race works, and how sports work.
Nah.
You're listening.
Back-to-back Sunday night games.
Welcome to the Big Suey.
All right, I gotta recover. Losing back-to-back games sucks. Especially the two teams I can't stand losing because they will always get clouded as these great teams and the Packers and Niners. But then I beat them on bad teams like the Texans, and then people is like, "You're a fraud. You don't know how to win against good teams." And I'm like, "Bruh, it's a fucking video game."
Play some of this sound because, like I've said, I've only gotten it in bits and pieces, and I haven't heard most of it.
Yeah, so this sound is rich. There's a lot. We're still combing through a lot, but you made reference to the allegation made that Whitlock sent you and Isaiah Thomas, the former NBA player. Well, there's two former NBA players, the really good one, the Hall of Famer, the Detroit Piston bad boy, to go to Stephen A. Smith to get him to open up a line of communication back to Jason Whitlock. Here's that clip.
The same Jason Whitlock, that guy, is the same that sent both Dan Lebatard and Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas, two-time champion, a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest point guards in NBA history, now working on NBA TV. That guy, that same Jason Whitlock, sent those folks to talk to us. Please, if there's something that can be worked out, can you forgive him? Can you talk to him? My words and my promise to them is that I want nothing to do with him. I will never hurt him from getting opportunities, but I'll be damned if I'm going to help him by being associated with him in any way. Do you know why I said that, ladies and gentlemen? As black people. And I guess I was wrong. I should say at this particular moment in time, I was wrong to call him a fat bastard or a roach and all of this other stuff, because that's not my name for him. My name for Jason Whitlock is religiously Cain. C-A-I-N. You see, a lot of black folks, we talk about how we're the original man on the face of this earth. Well, that means Cain was the original murderer, because he's the one, according to the Bible, who killed Abel. That's Jason Whitlock. There is nothing good about him. Absolutely nothing.
His delivery makes it funny.
I mean, he's the best at that.
Whisper Stephen A. Smith is my favorite Stephen A. Smith.
Is that true? It is not. The way that I understand how he arrived
according to the
at
Bible.
that conclusion.
Yeah, I think that's
Cain.
Is he left-handed?
Put it on the poll, please, at Lebatard Show. Is Stephen A. Smith's hatred biblical?
So did Jason Whitlock send you and Isaiah Thomas?
Well, I don't know
You guys
about
together?
I don't know about the Isaiah Thomas story. No, that's not how that happened. I understand why Stephen A would see it that way. And I'm fuzzy on the details of exactly why it is that Whitlock and he were beefing. I think it's because Stephen A denied that he had said the N-word on First Take, and Whitlock called him a liar and other things. And then because I knew Whitlock and I was friends with Whitlock, felt genuine remorse from Whitlock. And so I'm like, let me see if I can call Stephen A. Smith and see if anything can be repaired here. And Stephen A. Smith said nothing would be repaired here, and don't even speak to me about him ever again.
Okay, so he
We
makes
do
reference to a Deadspin article. Was
and primary
that the impetus for all of this? Because
primary
I had
receiver
here
routes
what I think
via
is
coaching
the
game.
strongest criticism of Jason Whitlock and this entire stuff, but you just opened up the door to skip to that. I do want to get back to your aspects of the story, but here is Stephen A. Smith referencing a Deadspin article that was basically a part of, if I'm following this correctly, part of the start of this beef.
Did you tell them that once this same article in Deadspin came out, weeks later you wrote a lengthy apology to me in an email, begging me to forgive you, pointing out how you were betrayed by this particular writer, so you know how I must feel that you betrayed me? Did you tell the folks that? You Did you tell them? You fat piece of shit. Did you tell them that? Got the names. We got Jamel Hill. We got Howard Bryant. You want me to bring up the other writers that wouldn't work for you? Why it took you nearly 2 years to get an article out? Because you ran that shit so bad you were running it into the ground?
There's a lot of stuff here, because it is possible, and I have not heard that, it is possible that Jason Whitlock got that job from Skipper because the one time I used Skipper's phone number was to vouch for Jason Whitlock as a journalist. As a journalist, it might actually be my fault.
God damn it,
It might
Dan.
actually be my fault. White privilege.
So when this started dropping, Stephen A. sent out a teaser tweet, and it could have honestly gone anywhere. And I reached out to you because I assumed, okay, today might actually be Jason Whitlock Day for Stephen A. Smith, a day that he swore would never come. He tweeted, "Today is the day I finally speak my mind about that no good fat bastard."
Ooh,
So,
user swat. I never did that before.
just on the off chance, are you the no good fat bastard? Thankfully, you didn't think so.
But maybe I am.
Maybe he is.
Maybe,
You
but
know
I don't
you
think
are?
Stephen A. Smith knew it until now, and I didn't know it until now.
Okay, well, this is important context because I kind of knew the Skipper undefeated thing, and you vouching for Whitlock, because you always vouch for Whitlock despite clearly my objections.
I vouched for Whitlock as a journalist. No.
All right. Well, he does invoke your name one more time here with regards to Whitlock, and this might actually make the whole picture complete here. Let's fire that up.
I ask any of you connected to this industry from this point forward, because I know my colleagues. They don't want to touch this subject because he's a bully, and they don't want to deal with the fallout of him constantly coming at them. I don't give a shit. We came to the one. I know what he is. I have the emails. I have the articles. I have everything. I once tried to befriend this dude. I don't talk to him because he betrayed me. As he has others. He's turned his back on Dan Le Batard. He's turned his back on all of those other colleagues that I mentioned. Ask Jamel Hill about him. Ask Dan Le Batard. Ask Chris Broussard. Let me stop naming names. Ask anybody in the industry. I can give you the names of the executives if you want. All of them.
He's the best.
It's so good.
He's the best. When his rage is righteous, he is the best. And he mentioned that he tried to befriend me.
What?
Jason Whitlock is the reason I was introduced to Bomani. Jason Whitlock had mentored Bomani. And again, Bomani can speak for himself here. Bomani does not talk about this person because Bomani is always dignity first. Like, and he will not fight with other black people in public very often. But this was, Jason Whitlock was, and I need to be careful here because this is not merely a person I have cared about. This is a person, Jason Whitlock, that as recently a month ago, and he's been slaughtering me and a lot of journalists I care about publicly for a long time. I called him a month ago several times, leaving messages just to see if he's okay. And I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Wow. Are you kidding me, guys?
My family knows Jason Whitlock. My brother
You gave up a touchdown, Dad?
Jason Whitlock, and we were friends. And I like to think that whether it's David Sampson or Jason Whitlock or anyone, that I try to see the best in people, and that people
Come on.
people are confused. And I don't want to turn this into a defense of Jason Whitlock, because he's made me super angry. I've got friends of mine who, if they saw him, they would beat him up in the street.
On site?
Yes. Yes. Multiple friends I have that are so mad on my behalf at what's happened here. When I tried very hard to care for this person. This part you guys will find funny. I'm pretty sure that the reason he turned on me is because of something Stugat said. It ain't anything I've ever said publicly about him.
So Dan Levitard goes on his show, and he says if he sees me in the street, he's going to punch me in my face. I'm not a math major, but how many guys has Dan Levitard ever punched in the face? I don't know.
I mean, a lot of people, actually.
3. One was a slap. Bourbon Street in New Orleans.
So which one is it? He says slap, he says punch.
This is growing on me.
He's an industry plant just like Kevin Hart, just like Stephen A. Smith.
One's a bouncer at Fat Tuesdays in Coconut Grove.
What?
3. The answer's 3.
Do you know what Stugat said? Because I mean, you kind of have to hand it to him.
I can't remember exactly what Stugat said, but he thought I controlled Stugat. He clearly doesn't get the show.
I only go to fat places.
Is that me you were doing? I only go to Fat Tuesdays?
It's fat every day for you, Dan.
Oh, God.
I'm lost now. I don't even know who's talking. Is it Whitlock? Is it Lamine?
Just to clean this up a little bit, Stephen A. ends one of his points with, go ask Dan Levitard about him, go ask anybody about him. And it seems as if I ask you about Jason Whitlock, you're guarded. You don't actually want to tell me.
Well, I don't.
Out of principle, though,
No,
right?
but look, man.
Out of principle, hold on. Is this about out of principle? I'm Dan Levitard. I don't deal in that kind of muckraking or whatever, or is it specific to him?
Is it because you, like me, see the sadness in what Whitlock's doing now and you don't want to pile on?
Look, I don't know. When I called him, I was genuinely curious about what's going on with him and if he's okay. Because this can all just be, how do I get the clicks? My career is ending. But I don't know. Like, I just want to know. Anscape has done such good work with what The Undefeated was supposed to be. The idea for The Undefeated was such a good one. ESPN, man, we were all hired to shake the place up. You see what's happening with McAfee and Norby. They hired, Skipper gets there. He's like, get me offices in Los Angeles. Get me offices in New York. Studios in Los Angeles, New York. Get me Miami. I got a great Norby Williamson story to tell you. He had no idea the Clevelander was gone. None. Was telling every ESPN executive, that'll never happen. And then the next day it happened after he told Mike Vaughn, Sr., not the one McAfee goes at now, Sr. There are some good stories here, but we don't say everything.
But Stephen A. is telling them.
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
Stugatz here from my friends over at Simply Safe. Been telling you about them for years. Why? I have had
Really?
a home security system in my house for many years, protecting both me and my family. I would not recommend anyone else. In fact, they were named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home, detecting and alerting you not only to break-ins,
that
but
88
fires, floods,
acceleration.
and other threats to your home, getting you the help you need. Simply Safe prioritizes your privacy. That's why their indoor security cameras are the only ones on the market with physical privacy shutters to ensure your privacy 24/7. Try Simply Safe for 60 days, risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. Keep your home and family safer than ever in the new year. As a listener, you can save 20% on your new system with Fast Protect monitoring by visiting simplysafe.com/DLB. Customize your system in just minutes. That's simplysafe.com/DLB. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Don Lebitard.
Well, Charlie sent, Charlie had this, Charlie, as far as I know, so just Charlie's title in my
Are you going to say anything?
Stugats.
How familiar were you at the time with Chewbacca? Like how your upbringing had how much Chewbacca in it?
This is the Don Lebitard Show with the Stugats.
That scared the shit out of me.
DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code Dan, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. For more prohibited, see DraftKings.com for details.
We need to get to the Nick Saban conversation because I have been deep in the flight logs. If anyone knows where Steve Sarkisian vacations, let me know because lots of flights from Tuscaloosa to Florida, nothing out of Austin right now. But before we do that, Lucy, I need to know how the Rose Bowl and the college football national championship game were.
The Rose Bowl was really fun. I don't know if we're going to have a video from the college football national championship, but let me tell you, it's terrible. Worst trip we've been on. Had the worst time. I got sick. Everything went wrong. And then I had to spend the whole time with Michigan fans. And I don't feel like very strongly like anti any fan base except for Michigan. I do not like their fans at all.
Wow.
Really don't.
This was worse than Army Navy.
This was so much worse than Army.
This was worse than some some parking lot that you were wandering around for the SEC championship game.
I got the video back and I was like, there's no way they let us run this. Like, there's no way we use this content. It was so terrible. So we had a bunch of issues, which we detail in the video. If we run it, you'll see it. We had a tough time, a very tough time. And then I went into the game and I felt this like emotional attachment to Washington. I think it's because they played like Iowa. And I was like, I need them to win. And I hate Michigan.
Played like Iowa. Washington
think of a team that played any
They played like Iowa in that game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Not all season long.
No, they're the exact opposite of Iowa, which is why I went into it. I was like, yes, I really want Washington to win. I just want to see some points scored. And then I was like, this follows me wherever I go. I'm never, ever going to see points scored in my life.
It's your fault, Lucy.
It is my fault. It's 100% my fault because the Big Ten West follows me wherever I go. And then I had to sit with Michigan fans who I do not like. It was miserable. I don't like them. They're not cool.
Who's worse, Michigan fans or Emily?
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Emily's more hateful in her core, but Michigan fans are more annoying.
Like Whitlock.
I can't believe that I don't imagine you hating someone in college football like that for just being a fan base. Like, it's not like there's reprehensible behavior. It's just...
They're bad.
But all fan bases are kind of obnoxious.
So, my first experience, like, I never had any thoughts on Michigan. I went to Iowa, Michigan in the Big Ten Championship, like, 3 years ago. Obviously, Iowa lost, I believe it was by 39. They lost by a lot. And it was like halfway through the third quarter, Iowa is down by 30, and this Michigan fan, who's like a grown man, just starts screaming at my little sister. He screams at her the whole time. He starts screaming at my family. I ended up having to go up to him and be like, hey man, just knock it off. Iowa's down by 30. And he was like, screw you, screw Iowa, whatever. I don't care that much. And I asked the Michigan fans around him, I was like, hey, can you guys just get this guy to stop? And they were like, no, you just have to deal with it. And it was horrible. And then when we went to Michigan, Ohio State this year, it was the only time we dealt with like bad fans. It was the only time where I was like, wow, people are harassing me. Wow, people are really, really like, I don't feel safe right now. And then we went to the Rose Bowl. I didn't really feel as bad about them then, but still didn't enjoy it. Stood in front of a Michigan fan for half the game.
She hasn't talked for 2 weeks.
This is our Saban segment.
She's revving really hard.
Well, she did share all those thoughts on Miami Knocked Up this morning. If you want those, you can subscribe wherever you get podcasts.
This is you coming.
No, but he's right. First of all, she's been dying to talk, and Jeremy stole the exclusive of Lucy had a shitty time. She's done all that. Look, what are you grinning about back there? You're stealing from the company.
Scoops Taché.
We wanted to get to the Saban stuff. I don't want to go to Lucy's video right now. She has sold it in a way that makes me not want to go to it.
I kind of want to see it.
Okay.
It's bad.
It's bad? All right, we'll get back to it.
Can we talk about the greatest college football head coach ever retired?
Kurt Ferentz did not retire.
Can we talk about the sad graphic behind Dan that made me giggle during the beginning of the segment? I mean, Pete Carroll has to feel terrible today. But yes, Mike, what do you...
It's a visual representation of that Venn diagram that I was talking about, where there's someone squarely in the middle, all the college football and Super Bowl championship. Pete Carroll did it, but
30 feet back, but in the middle.
I think I found myself doing the college football thing, which was, okay, wow, that's huge, shocking news. Let me already go to what this means and how people react to it, because that's a domino that's going to fall. And you have all these kids being able to enter the portal, and whoever comes from another school is going to go to that school, and then those kids jump in the portal, and all these jobs are going to jump in. I'm not going to play the carousel music, but this is quite possibly the biggest college football domino to ever fall. This guy ran this sport.
More than Bear Bryant.
And I know that in the NIL era, which is still very short-lived, he didn't actually win a title. And you could actually say, Nick Saban, you're probably getting out at the right time, not just because of your age, but because of the way that you ran college football. The very early days of NIL have told us and have shown us that there's going to be a bit more parity, a bit more of the talent going to different places. So this is a great time for him to get away from the sport. What's shocking is that while we said this might be happening, he was interviewing coaches 2 days ago. So he made up his mind to do this right now, like David Sampson would say. And it left Alabama without a real plan, and it'll be curious to see what they do. But I do want to talk about somebody that dominated the sport in ways that no one ever has, and we can say definitively that is the greatest college football head coach of all time.
Yeah, there's not even a GOAT debate, I think, with Nick Saban, which is why it's like, there's so many things you can talk about. You can talk about him winning all the championships and having this like endless supply of guys, more first-round draft picks than losses in his career, which is just insane. But I think you could probably also make an argument that the reason college football is as good of a product as it is now and is worth so much money, and why the SEC is so powerful, is because Nick Saban upped the game for everyone else. Everyone was always trying to get to where he was in coaching, and it made the product better because he was so good.
It's interesting to view it from the prism of Miami, because he failed here, hard stop. And he never wanted to be here. Wayne Huizenga was a very wealthy man who simply convinced him that he wanted to be a pro when Nick Saban didn't want to be a pro. And he told Nick Saban, if you ever want to leave, you can just up and leave. If you're not, if you think you're right that you're not going to like this, you can leave. And so Nick Saban left, and everyone in Miami fell on his head, including me in a way that I regret now, because I was too poisonous, and it was easy. It got a lot of applause, but Wayne Huizenga wasn't mad. He said, no, of course, that's the deal we made. I told him he could go back. He was a mediocre professional coach and the best college football coach we've ever seen.
Of all time, won a championship at LSU, went to the pros, had difficulty in the pros, and after saying, quote, I'm not going to be the next Alabama head coach, so you can quit asking, and he then became the Alabama head football coach. Yeah, it was a little...
Yeah.
Our show had years worth of Saban songs, and Saban is a liar.
Do you have any of those? You should get some.
I need to make sure that they've aged with grace. But you guys made up. I mean, we've had Saban on the show since. He regrets how it went about, and I know you certainly regret your reaction.
I was calling him a vacuum cleaner salesman.
In the time that Nick Saban left, and had an entire second career as a college football coach, winning 6 national championships, the Dolphins won 0 playoff games. And if you combine the amount of championships that Bill Belichick and Nick Saban won, 13, that's more wins than the Dolphins have had in a season since 1984.
It's
Good God.
That you say that, because Nick Saban was only derailed in the pros, I believe, because the doctors told him to take Dante Culpepper instead of Drew Brees. If he'd taken Drew Brees, he might still be with the Dolphins, coaching the Dolphins and winning and being Belichick, because I would imagine that Saban could have turned Drew Brees into what Sean Payton turned him into.
I'm curious if Mike and Lucy and other college football fans agree with me on this, but I've hated Nick Saban for most of my life because he's been so good, and Alabama's kicked my team's ass so many times, especially in the national championship game. I mean, absolutely hated the guy. Used to tell people that he was the devil. And the last few years, like, I've really done a 180, and I really admire how dominant and how good of a coach he's been. And now
what was it? What made you turn?
Well, I enjoyed our talk before, because we were talking and we realized Nick Saban didn't change.
I changed.
We changed.
I changed.
Yeah, like, we're shitty.
I respect him.
Yeah, we we looked to some of the leadership qualities that Nick Saban had when we were younger. It didn't land quite well with us, but he's unquestionably one of the great leaders in the history of sport, and the success is undeniable. Do we have an image? I know I'm putting studio team in a rough spot, but look what Auburn was doing yesterday. And Holly Anderson, I think, pointed out correctly, this is the biggest little brother energy I've ever seen. But Auburn, who famously, after big signature wins, throws toilet paper into the trees that were poisoned, by the way, by an Alabama fan, they took to the streets and started TPing trees out there in celebration because the reign of terror that was Nick Saban's time at their arch rival Alabama is gone. And every fan base, all of your group chats were lit up. From Texas A&M to Notre
What
Dame
the
to
hell?
Miami to schools that you never even thought they had a chance. Now all of a sudden the door creaks open a little bit wider. Auburn, they're super excited. Miami, super excited. FSU, super. Everyone's excited now because this guy who ran this sport in ways we've never seen before is gone, and there is almost no way whoever they get can replicate that kind of success in the college football day and age we're in right now.
Juju, please put it on the poll. Can toilet paper ever be the ultimate sign of respect?
I think one of the funnier things is like looking at Auburn specifically, they made that Hugh Freeze hire and tanked their own like public image simply because he could beat Nick Saban. That is literally the only reason they hired him. That just shows like how important this guy is to college football, to the SEC. Like obviously there, like Jess said it, there's no debate. He's the greatest of all time.
I need to hear from Stu Gatz. Do teams still have to do it against Alabama?
We'll see who ends up being the coach, and that's a discussion.
Who would want that? Who would want to fall? Both. We can talk about the Patriots too. If I'm a coach looking for a job, I know someone obviously is going to take it, but that is just obviously a tough act to follow.
It's harder to follow Nick Saban. We're going to do sports. Which job's harder to follow? Alabama was just in the college football playoff, and that is an impossible sport these days to manage. That is a very difficult job. No one from the players really sees the appeal in doing that right now. I do appreciate that Nick Saban's final act in college football was to write a letter of recommendation to the NCAA that they give Talia Tagovailoa an extra year of eligibility because he didn't have to pay the check.
Stop it. I knew there was going to be a Miami angle to this. Is Cristobal going to get an interview, Mike?
No. I've heard things look, if this was 2 years ago, Mario Cristobal would honestly be as well positioned as almost anyone.
What happened since?
He lost at Middle Tennessee State, and he refused to take a knee, and yeah, it's been okay, cool, very cool.
We're not thinking about you.
No, not at all. Mario Cristobal did have a big hand
yesterday.
Blue blood.
Shut up, Jeremy.
Forever, possibly.
I like this, like, who would want to follow Nick Saban? I don't know, a psychopath? And famously, college football coaches are all psychopaths.
Sark's on the phone right now.
Don Lebitard.
Let's go to 80.
Bo. His Bo.
Wow. I think Billy typed an 8 instead of a B. Fine.
It's a clear as day.
All right, $2.
Stugats.
Number 80. Go ahead. It's Chris Corner on the line. CC, go ahead.
This is the Dan Lebatar Show with the Stugats.
Back in 2017. I was about to say.
Stephen A. Smith and his Whitlock takeout saying, ask Dan Lebatar.
I'll be back. I got to be. Yeah.
plus injury risk. Georgia football recruiting staff is routinely drove into fields after drinking, according to multiple. According to court reports, that's just ridiculous.
Go ahead and ask Jamel Hill about Jason Whitlock. So we've asked Ian Levitard, and he's been reserved. So we're going to try our hand at asking Jamel Hill.
Okay, and we will ask Jamel Hill about what I believe to be the most important story of the day, which is Lucy's intense hatred for Michigan fans. Because, oh wow, Jamel agrees with that one totally. Lucy says
They're the worst.
Lucy says
I can relate.
they're the worst, Jamel. Michigan fans are the worst. I thought all fan bases, any fan base that's caught up in the identity politics of being a regional sports team that wants to be believed in nationally, I thought all fan bases are kind of obnoxious that way.
Yeah, all fan bases have a different levels of being obnoxious. I mean, I don't know if Michigan would be my number one. But they would probably be in my top 5. And I think this year, if we were just doing it based purely off this college football season, they would by far be the most obnoxious fan base, because with all of the speculation about whether or not they stole signs and cheated, they turned themselves into victims so badly. Like this whole Michigan versus everybody, like all of these wounds were self-inflicted. Like and so it's just not rational talking. I mean, no fan base is really rational, but it was the martyrdom, it was the victimhood, it was them riding that nobody believed in us train that is so annoying, and they were at their worst this season. And so I was hoping that they would be, I was hoping that they wouldn't make it this far. I knew they had a very good team, so I certainly don't want to make it seem like their team wasn't worthy or what they accomplished or anything like that. But hearing them constantly over and over again talk about how they were targeted and, just that whole thing with the cheating, they were the most obnoxious fan base in college football this season, and I don't think anybody else comes close.
I believe that this is the happiest I've ever seen Roy Bellamy, and I think it's not even because of the Panthers. Look at how joyous he is. It's simply because Whitlock is getting dragged today, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Is he? Because I tried asking Jamel Hill, and we talked about Michigan. Can we talk about the Whitlock thing, please? Jamel, Stephen A. Smith told me in that clip to ask you about Jason Whitlock. I am asking you about Jason Whitlock.
Okay. Well, I will say that what Stephen A. said is correct, is that when the undefeated started, Jason and I have a history, and I just realized it's been a really long time since I've said his name. And so maybe from this point forward, I just won't say it.
Or you can call him a fat bastard.
I won't go there. I'll leave that to Stephen A. And by the way, just a quick point about the rant is that it is, even though in real life, like off air, I've heard Stephen A. Curse just in conversation. He sounds so awkward cursing on broadcast. Maybe because he's not used to doing it, but I needed him to put a little stank on it. You know what I'm saying? Like he it sounded like he hadn't cursed in a long time. It sort of reminded me of when you sort of learn your teacher's first name and you're like, oh my God, you're not Miss Johnson, you're Loretta. What is this? So
I love no holds barred, Stephen A. I love outside the corporate machine, Stephen A. saying whatever the hell he wants, all powerful.
I'm here for the rankings of women. I'm here for talking about the body parts he likes. I'm here for this liberated Stephen A. But it still feels weird to hear him curse, and I just I needed it to sound a little less awkward. But that being said, to answer Mike's question, is that Stephen A. was correct. When the undefeated started, he reached out to a bunch of us to see if we wanted to work, with the undefeated. He and I have a particular, we were at one point, I would have considered us to be friends, and that dissolved for a number of reasons. Some of which I don't necessarily feel like I want to jig up the bones on, but only to a certain degree to make my point. But by that time, we were not even, wouldn't even acknowledge each other probably in the same room on that level. And he reached out to me. He apologized and said that it was a bad look to have two Black people in our position to be beefing, and that he would like me to do some work with the undefeated. Now, I thought that it was such a terrible idea for Skipper and to hire him to do this. I don't know why he did. And I told Skipper that. I mean, I told him that at the time that, like, this was not.
We've learned it's Dan's fault, Jamel. We've learned today it's Dan's fault.
Wait. I found that out later, and I almost started to be like, Dan,
Yep, us
dude,
too.
what would make you think this was a good idea?
God damn it, Dan.
This is what happened. Jamel, this is what happened. It wasn't just me. It was me and Simmons, right? It's Whitlock. Whitlock asked us to make a call vouching for him as a journalist, and we did. And I made not the joke, but I just said earlier in the show, how's that for privilege? How does the black guy get power? It's the black guy who's against all the other black people, chosen by the two white guys and the Cuban guy.
That is my main question to you, Dan. Did you ask any Black people about?
I did well, but Jamel, I was vouching for him as a columnist. You know, he was a good sports columnist. Like that's not up. So like, he was a good sports columnist, and obviously, if it's Skipper's worst mistake, according to Stephen A. Smith, I was somewhere adjacent to that fills me with great remorse now, as you look at me and have not even commented that I'm dressed like Richard Simmons. Like, I deserve to be embarrassed today.
Well, I didn't want to totally derail this conversation, Dan, but I did notice you were dressed rather strangely. But, I'm not here to judge. Well, if this is how you felt this morning, that you wanted to dress, then here it is.
What did you think? Because this is so interesting, everything that's happening at the top of sports media right now, Jamel, because you see the culture wars are coming, and to sports media power. And Sage Steele has weighed in on how disappointing it was to see Stephen A. Smith go after Jason Whitlock so unprofessionally. So what do I do with that?
Well, if there was one person who would come to his defense, I think that's probably the correct person. If you asked me to take 5 guesses, all 5 of them would have probably been her. I think people have something mistaken, though, about all of this. Like, when Stephen A. during, his diatribe about Whitlock, I think people are under the impression that there was a certain segment of Black people that just didn't like Jason Whitlock, and this is all politically based. And I can tell you the reasons I don't like him and that I don't fuck with him anymore have nothing to do with his politics. Now, that's just a cherry on top at this point. A lot of it is just basically how they've treated people. And there is a long list of things that he has done. It's a long list that, especially
What?
in this industry we respect, like Stuart Scott. Let's just take him, for example. Jason Whitlock wrote some pretty awful things about Stuart Scott. And then to try to come back and act like he didn't write those things, it was very disingenuous. He wrote some very awful things about another friend of mine, Scoop Jackson, a person that I hold near and dear, to my heart. And it's one thing to critique people. It's another thing to take the kind of shots that he tends to take at people that are very personal, that are rooted in what seems to be a lot of jealousy, that it is just, it's very distasteful. So he has been opening and airing people out for a long time. And what happens is what you saw with Stephen A. Smith. I think he just got tired of it. We've all had our turn where Whitlock has decided to make us a target. And I can tell when that happens because my mentions look a certain way whenever he decides to bring my name up. And I tend to ignore it just because I know that that is what he wants, is that he would like for somebody to respond to him and to kind of keep this going and get his name out there, even though it's not for the most positive positive attention. And so I try very hard not to give into it, but it gets tiresome and bothersome and irritating after a while when somebody is constantly talking about you that you don't give a about. And I think that Stephen A, because me knowing this, just having written my memoir less than it came out about 2 years ago, uh, it's something very personal to you. It's something that you pour a lot of time and effort in, and as he said, he wrote it himself. And I think the last straw for him seemed to be him attacking his credibility, him attacking the truthfulness in his memoir. And so he went in, and what he said was correct. Like a bunch of us, when he got hired to run the Undefeated, did not want to work with him. When he emailed me and asked me to work with him and sort of said like, hey, we need to bury whatever is between us, I wished him well and said, no, thank you. All right. And, I never disparaged anybody for working with him for the brief time that he was there. I mean, if that's what they chose to do. I believed in the thesis behind the Undefeated. I believed in the philosophy of it, of what it was trying to accomplish.
Bruh.
And I was hoping that it would not be the outcome that it eventually became. It was not surprising to me that that was the case, because I knew that he just did not have, frankly, the credibility in our community, and certainly not among writers. I mean, he spent years ripping the National Association of Black Journalists, and Black journalists are supposed to be working for him. No, this just it was an impossible task, kind of to begin with. And so, what Stephen A, how he responded, I think is just, frankly, just him having reached his limit of like, I just can't take this shit anymore. Let me just drop something and put it to an ether beat and be about my way.
Well, let me ask you this, though, because in the present media economy, as we shout into our echo chamber and he shouts into his, is this a win for Jason Whitlock that Stephen A. Smith is doing this? Because this is certain, if the intent is to be professional asshole who speaks to white conservatives as the black guy willing to espouse anti-black opinions, is it a win today?
No.
I guess you could argue on some level, yes, because there's a bunch after I verified what Stephen A claimed and said, yes, he was
Thank you.
correct. We did not want to work with him. And oh, by the way, that just a really quick story as a tangent to that. It was funny because I think the first year he may have been there with the Undefeated, they were doing a Black History Month special, and they asked me to be on it, and he was going to be a panelist as well as Michael Wilbon. And I told them no about 5 or 6 times. The only time Skipper has made me do something was appear on that Black History Month special, because I was like, I won't be on TV with him. Like, I'm just not doing that. But they made it very easy for me. They made sure we were not in the same segment. They made sure we were not in the same segment. So like we never ever saw each other physically on camera. And so next time I see Skipper, I'm gonna remind him of that. The only time he has ever said you have to do this is making me appear in a program with Jason Whitlock. So I feel like Skipper still owes me for that one.
Well, what are the odds? What are the odds, do you think? I used Skipper's telephone number once the entire time I worked there. And it's because Jason Whitlock asked me to vouch for him. What are the odds of that? And whatever it was, 8 or 9 months later, Whitlock called me in tears because it had all fallen apart and Skipper had to fire him very, very quickly. Because I'm surprised there wasn't more of an uprising immediately.
I should have a higher ball.
Made that known so that would be cut short, earlier than 9 months. Do you believe that in sports media he's the most disliked person that there is among other journalists?
I mean, he's in the top 5. And by the way, Dan, I feel like you owe us some reparations for that.
I do.
So you do. So
well, you're a Meadowlark advisor now. You're a Meadowlark advisor. That comes. I don't think I'm gonna start putting reparations in wherever it is that in the notes. In the notes.
Thanks, Dan.
Correct. Yes. Whenever there's an invoice, I want to see reparations on there. Okay, that's what I want to see. I want to see you write that on there. I will say this, and this is, I think this gets to something larger here. The reason none of this came out necessarily, I mean, I know there was a Deadspin article that was written about his tumultuous reign there and what was happening, but I can say, like, internally, like, we might have had, like, some black folks at ESPN at the time. We may have had conversations with each other, but I think unofficially, we had all decided to kind of stand down. We didn't want to work with you, but we're not going to sabotage your time while you're there. And that was because I think we all understood the larger mission of making sure the Undefeated was a success. And at the end of the day, it was going to be a platform and an opportunity for a lot of black columnists, writers, you know, people who deserve their work to be seen. And I don't think we wanted to sabotage that despite our dislike for the person who was running it. Now, I'll say this is that when it comes to, is he the most hated? I think he's up there. And certainly if you want to take it to a sports black journalism circle, I mean, I think he's number one, and there's really no one else that's even coming for that crown. And a lot of it is because we remember when he was a very good columnist, that he was one of the best writers and best columnists in America. And to see him evolve into this is such a crazy, psychotic heel turn that I think none of us ever saw coming. And even when he was at his best and he would sometimes write things that I thought were a little distasteful, they were more forgivable because we thought he was being genuine. And now seeing this complete turn into whatever this is, we know that so much of his life and his behavior was just a complete act. So I can accept somebody who has, you know, varying and different beliefs than I do. That's like not a problem. What is a problem to me is when I know you're switching because you're trying to get a check. And it's like, I can't respect that. I have no respect for that whatsoever.
Jamel, good talking to you as always. Thank you for the time and the insight.
All right. Think about your reparations, Dan.
More? You want more. You want more.
I'm just saying.
Now that this is known.
All right. Take care, y'all.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
What the fuck?
This Saturday, it's the kickoff to Super Wild Card Weekend. And for the first time, an NFL playoff game will stream exclusively
Good job,
on
Merchant.
Peacock. It all starts at 4:30 Eastern with the Browns and Texans on NBC and Peacock. And then witness history when the Chiefs host the Dolphins at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on Peacock. The season comes down to this. Go to peacocktv.com/NFL to learn more.
The hell? Don't be hitting people out of bounds.
With the Stuttgart podcast.
That's some unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. You don't want to get ejected for that.
Hello, Mr. Ryan. Hello, Bob. Hey, thank you so much for doing this. I hope you got my text about us being 5 minutes late. This is perfect. I've got Dan here. We're ready to talk Belichick with you. He'll give a count in, and we'll get going.
I will not give a count in.
It seems like there's a bit of a latency here, Dan, so just keep that in mind.
I will not give a count in. We have already started. Mike has been struggling with getting Bob on. We're thrilled to have Bob on. Longtime legendary Boston Globe columnist, master of all things Boston sports. Before we
Fuck
get
Boston.
to Belichick and what this
Fuck
all
him.
means, Bob, because you're always great on historical perspective, can I just ask
The
you how
hell?
much difficulty you got you had going from the doctor's office to the Zoom to the car? How difficult was it to connect with our show?
Well, we got on. We waited 6 minutes. I was starting to worry that we had done something wrong. Predictably, you know, I'm a 21st century techno-phobe.
That's okay. We understood and we assumed that you would be that. How did you receive the news yesterday that Bill, it's not a surprise, right? Because it's been talked about for a while, but it's still shocking. Can something be not a surprise and also shocking because he's been so great for so long?
Well, I mean, it's been the number one parlor discussion in Boston sports all fall as the team has stumbled, and all this speculation about what would happen with him. It's been the number one you can imagine. It's dominated all
Again.
topics. Celtics got the best record in the league. People talking about Bill Belichick. Red Sox, you know, stink again, and it looks like they're... Anyway, so, no, we're not shocked. I think we're glad to have a resolution. I mean, people were dying to see how it was going to come out, that's all.
The reason I say shocked, Bob, is because if it doesn't work with Bill Belichick, who is obviously great at what he does, If Bill Belichick is not immune in sports from a couple of bad seasons ending your run in a place, then who gets to be immune?
Well, that's a very good question, but I don't think it's that simple, really, because it's Bill Belichick, and it's his own category. It's the thing about it that one of the things
Oh,
that
God.
it's the duality of this job that's caused the problem. The general belief is that his coaching is still fine. It's that the general manager hat that he wears has done him in. That the GM has sabotaged the coach by bad personnel decisions and bad decisions with coaching staffs. I mean, he can't run away from the disaster that was the 2022 season with the offensive coordinators who were defensive people and what it did to Mac Jones. He can't run away from that. He's responsible.
Can you explain to me the power dynamics at work and the ego at work when Bill Belichick and Tom Brady break up because of who's getting the credit here for what's happening? How much does Bob Kraft think he deserves the credit, and therefore there's tension with Belichick that runs him out of the building?
Let's back up there for a second. The breakup with Brady began a long time ago, and I have one of many who believe that the turning point in the entire affair was when Belichick was forced by Kraft, without voted 2-1 on keeping Jimmy Garoppolo. That Belichick had drafted Garoppolo thinking he had the successor, that he was ready to move on from Tom Brady at that time, and eventually when he traded him to San Francisco, it was to give him a very good home, the best home he could find. He wasn't exiling him to some football Siberia. He was sending him to a place where he thought he liked the Shanahan plural and liked the style and
Really?
wanted to do right by Garoppolo. He wanted to keep him. And let's just remember one thing about Brady. And when he left, you have to go back to an interview that he gave with Jim Gray, in which he was asked the question, do you feel properly appreciated in Foxborough? And his answer was a very cryptic, I plead the fifth. And that tells we just go back to that. So there was
That was back in 2018 in the offseason when Westwood won at the time, when Jim Gray was at Westwood one at the time, and he asked.
Has to do with him saying, Belichick, get out of here. You're not in charge anymore. I am.
I don't think it's the level of Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson, okay? I don't think it's anything like that. Sure, I think Kraft wants to be loved. That's not more important than not whether he wants credit or how much percentage credit he gets as opposed to Belichick or anybody else, Brady or anybody. He just wants to be loved. You know, Ted Williams once said, I want to walk down the street and people point and say, there goes the greatest hitter who ever lived. Bob Kraft wants to walk down the street and have people say, there goes the greatest owner that ever lived. And that's the thing there. It's just,
Are you fucking serious?
So, you know, one way or the other. That's the deal.
I don't think Patriot fans have any earthly idea how spoiled they are. I don't think they have any self-awareness about how
Why is the
spoiled
clock
they are,
on now?
and I don't think they know how bad this is about to get because the Patriots before Belichick were a laughingstock for many decades.
True, but I think it's predictable. Any fandom, it wouldn't be just endemic to people in New England. If this had happened in Houston or in Denver, or you know, I think you would be able to say the same thing. Realize the generation has grown up. That's right. They know nothing but this. Had known nothing but that success, and now they're introduced to the reality of sports fandom. And we've got a city where we've got we've got one very good team, the Celtics, one pretty good team, the Bruins, and two bad teams. Or one very, very bad team, the Patriots, and one, you know, we'll see how bad they're going to be again, but they're certainly no contender. They're out of contention. Now, of course, the Patriots fans would be a little bit spoiled. Wasn't that predictable?
Bob, you can't help yourself every damn time you bring it back to the Red Sox. Like, you just can't help yourself. You don't actually want to be talking about Belichick. You want to be talking about the Red Sox. Like, you can't even not do it. If ever there was a day when
Let's go!
On this story, and you can't help yourself.
You can't fuck with me!
We will agree to disagree on that point.
Can you explain to me that if you were writing a column about this, you would take what angle because you find these things most interesting?
I've been thinking about this morning, and one that I might choose is how Boston has had two legacy coaches, legendary, unquestionable giants in their professions, and that each one also has a player without whom that success would not have existed. And I think I might have gone on that. Obviously, I'm talking about Red Auerbach and Bill Russell, and as well as Brady and Belichick. I think that's a fascinating parallel, and I don't think any other municipality has a story quite like it.
Do you think Belichick is hurt today?
That's a great question. I think he's so supremely arrogant that he'll find a way to make this into a positive and say, you know, you didn't want me? Okay, I'll show you. He's not ready to quit. You got to. I don't think he loves what he does so much, and he and feels he's as good at it as anybody that's ever been. I would say that. I don't think he's hurt. I think he'll be on a vengeance tour, revenge tour.
Okay,
wherever he goes.
But that's how revenge works, though, Bob. You got to be hurt or hateful in order to want revenge. Like, I don't think he's a human being, even though his press conferences are droning, and you might not think of him as a human being. He probably feels like, hey, can I get the exit I want?
Let me say that the people, he's very much more multidimensional than people think. My belief is that he is a consummate actor in this public realm, that there is a very different Bill Belichick behind the scenes. I have had this vision over the years that after he exits one of those press conferences, not necessarily after a game, but the first couple of days of the week, when he's about things, he walks into the coach's room and says, did it again. And I can tell you this, as the week progresses, by Friday he's an entirely different person, but people don't see that outside of the number of reporters who cover the team. That when it's a very different Bill Belichick.
3 picks. Fuck!
Called Fridays with Bill, and it's fascinating because it's just a football tutorial, absent all the condescension.
You have him teaching salsa classes on Tuesdays.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you got to see this evolution during the week. Monday, he should never even come out after a game.
Dang.
We agree to that. We know that. And but believe me, he loosens up during the week, and by Friday it's entirely different. And not enough people are aware of this. And but it's not here nor there in the big picture here for what's happening now. But I just point that out.
Bob, good talking to you. Always good catching up with you. Thank you for making the time, sir.
You're welcome, Dan. Anytime. You know that.
Love you, buddy. Mike Ryan, as a Zoom experience,
say I love you too.
That went better. Well, this connection dropped. I'm sure it's not because he's a repressed Bostonian who wouldn't share those feelings with another male. I'm sure it's because the technology didn't work. Jessica doesn't seem to think so. You think he doesn't love me?
I'd like to thank Robert Kraft for the opportunity, and my time here in New England has been really special to me, and now it's on to Seattle.
He's got to be hurt, right? He's got to be. He's a human.
Why?
Press conference at noon. What if he turns on like an Emmanuel Acho like charm at this press conference? Don't be sad because it's over. Smile because it happened. Like, what if he just becomes a different person and handles this totally differently? Because this was a wild success over there in New England, a success that no other head coach in that profession in this expanded kind of league has ever had.
I like that Saban and Belichick at this stage in their careers both have Mac Jones in common. What a way to end it.
What would it sound like if Bill Belichick did turn on the Emmanuel Acho-like charm at this press conference to talk about his time in New England?
Endings are just new beginnings. Don't weep for my ending. Be joyful for my new beginning. Because with it embarks a great journey of knowledge and discovery. You see, change is something that we fear, but we shouldn't.
Season's greetings, everybody. It is Mike Ryan here to talk to you about Miller.
Damn it, I pressed the wrong button.
This festive season and how Miller is that. Take a sip, my friends. Look around. Reflect on your year. You made a lot of good calls, and no call better than having this Miller Lite right now. A beer
I didn't mean to press the timeout button. I was trying to press a different button.
Twice with hops. But they didn't. They went that extra mile. And they brewed it with hops 3 times. The original light beer since 1975, and still the best one. I'm talking about Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. Go to MillerLite.com/stand to find delivery options near you, or you can pick up some Miller Lite pretty much anywhere they sell beer. Tastes
Man,
like
that shit sucks because I was not trying to call timeout.
Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Don Lebacard.
Again, started on the breakfast blonde.
Oh, man, I've been singing the song to myself all morning long. Breakfast blonde.
Stugatz.
Have you never heard the breakfast blonde
No,
song?
hit me with it.
Okay. I wish I had some breakfast blonde. Breakfast blonde.
Really?
Where can I find a breakfast like that?
Why does it keep going to that formation?
This is the Don Lebatar Show with the Stugatz.
Jeremy Corbell's been on our show before, and I follow him on Instagram and social media platforms. He has really opened the eyes of many to UAPs, which previously called UFOs, and he's got tremendous footage. And most recently, we played it earlier.
We're calling the jellyfish UFO. We do it to ourselves. Not true. And again, there's
Her new husband. This is the Don Lebatar.
Some other country has sophisticated warfare that we have to shoot down?
Yeah, the Senate Intelligence Committee and a bunch of the intelligence agencies have assessed that, and that would almost be scarier, right? That another company had a leapfrog in technology and are just so far beyond anything that we had. The problem with that theory is it doesn't hold weight, and the reason is because UFOs have been here way before the technological age, before we had a military. So the UFO presence has just been here too long. Now, sure, some things will come out that are black projects, that kind of thing. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about these things that can defy our known physics. I think we need to catch up.
30 seconds or less. The drone-like spider thing going into the ocean for 17 minutes. What's the weirdest thing you've seen? The weirdest, the most shocking, most titillating?
I would say that jellyfish UFO you were mentioning is the most bizarre morphology of a UFO that I have ever witnessed with my own eyes. It's just bizarre.
Jeremy, thank you for the expertise, sir. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, you guys.
Potentially, if you want to see an alien live in the flesh, we're going to have our Bayside cameras on all night on the live stream. So go ahead and subscribe. YouTube.com/@LeBatard Show.
Thank you so much, you guys. It's a pleasure to talk with you.
Jeremy, you're the best.
Thanks, man.
What a catch! What a catch!
Thank you.
I'm going to isolate that audio of you saying, Jeremy, you're the best, so that I can play it after you tell me you hate me.
Don Lebacard. It's been
a lovely cruise.
Oh man, that's my outro. That's as my casket is being lowered.
Jesus.
I'll have been cremated a week before, but we'll do the casket thing just for show. And as my casket is being lowered,
an empty casket?
Yeah, just for show.
What's the redundancy there?
We're going to put on a public display.
Yeah, naturally.
Stugatz.
What do you do with the ashes?
We're
going on a lovely cruise.
Exactly. Maybe we'll throw them over. My wife will throw them overboard.
I would assume
she's necking with her new husband.
This is the Don Lebatar Show.
I mean, damn. My man's literally was like, while she necking with her new husband. Like, I mean, damn.
Yeah, it'll see. That's, as my casket is being lowered.
Jesus.
Don Lebacard.
It's been a lovely cruise.
For a white guy, Greg Cody knows how to sing.
My casket is being lowered. Jesus. I'll have been cremated a week before, but we'll do the casket thing.
I'd rather be embalmed. I don't want to be cremated. Because I want people to still physically see my body anytime. Whoa!
We're going to put on a public display.
What do you do with the ashes? We're going on a lovely cruise.
Exactly.
Kinda salty. I gave up 40 points to the fucking Texans.
I would assume necking with her new husband.
This is the Don Lebatar Show.
And my boys in the zone. And I got my momentum bar back. And I'm about to get the ball back with a chance to take the lead. Let's go!
No, I'm gonna hold my pee-pee. I'm holding my pee-pee. It's
Go
okay.
pee-pee. Go
I
pee-pee.
don't want to go pee-pee. I want to record this.
Go pee-pee.
Mike, there is time, even though there is no time for human interaction around here, for you to go to the bathroom somewhere other than in that chair. You can go for a minute.
There's just so much news.
I know, we've got to make a lot of stuff.
UAPs, we got Saban, we got Pete Carroll being totally washed out of the news cycle.
Jessica,
right there.
UAP? Jessica, what do you have in flight tracking information? What is Lee Corso? I'm hearing that Nick Saban now is going to go to ESPN and possibly replace Lee Corso. Who's going to replace Nick Saban?
Well, first of all, Mike, it's a good time to go pee-pee because they just cleaned the toilets. Go now before Amin gets in there, Chris Cody gets in there.
I'm clean.
Chris Cody's been going to Chowtown on this popcorn box for, oh my God, licking his fingers, putting them back in. I got a video of it.
Oh,
he hasn't decided yet if he'll let me show it.
No, you could show it.
It's okay.
You could show it. It was not a good look by me. I didn't think.
You double dipped your fingers?
I got carried away, yeah. I didn't notice till she showed me the video.
He also did the thing that I love, where you put like the lid on something and you push it away from you.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I'll finish eating something, I'll be like, Lee, take this away, and he'll do it.
I'm like working here though, so I can't like touch my computer with the cheesy fingers. So you gotta lick them. I mean, how else am I supposed to clean?
Paper towels outside.
As far as flight tracking goes, nothing really to report right now, unless
Any UAPs?
Steve Sarkisian is in Key West, because.
What is Belichick going to do? What is Saban indeed going to go on and be on game day? They're going to add Nick Saban to game day.
It seems like a very good option. I love his ESPN appearances. I love any interview where he's explaining to me why something's happening. And Lucy, correct me if I'm wrong, like he's been doing the weekly McAfee appearances for the last, I don't even know how long. So he already has a relationship with the network there.
Yeah, he's a great media guy, and I think something about Nick Saban is he's sneaky funny. Like, he can, crack a joke. Like, his players have called him really funny. From what I've seen, the plan for game day is not to add him, in addition to Lee Corso, but to replace Lee Corso. But Corso's already said he's coming back next year, so it might be a year or two before we see Saban.
Saban doing the headgear would be hilarious.
Put it on the poll, please, at Levitard Show. Would it be hilarious? Will Nick Saban inherit putting on the mascot headgear from Lee Corso at Levitard Show?
I got him put on a different toupee every time.
Whoa.
Come on.
Huh? Damn. Okay, we're just.
He dyes his hair. I don't think it's a toupee. Put it on the poll, please, Juju. Does Nick Saban have a toupee? What kind of accusation is that? Mike is really regretting going to the bathroom right there because this is his wheelhouse. Yeah. He considers himself the nation's foremost expert on whether someone's faking or dyeing their hair.
I just want to point out that Mike hasn't updated the poop chat, so I think he's just gone #1, but it's taken him a while.
I think Mike would have told us already by now. Yeah. Mike doesn't hold back with telling us who has fake hair. He's never mentioned Saban, so I think you're wrong. Oh.
I think now would be a good time to talk about Miami losing to Louisville last night. That's all I got on it.
What laugh was that?
They were 14-point favorites at home.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40. Why am I glitching?
Can you guys explain to me what is being hypothesized about the best landing spot for Belichick? Is there a place above all others that is being reported as this makes the most sense if Bob Ryan is right, that this is going to be a revenge tour? Because I don't think, you correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, you can be very petty. Don't you think that revenge usually has hatred or anger or hurt and wounding? Why else would you need revenge if not because you're hurt by something?
I mean, there's a...
The defense of Madden 23 is some of the worst.
I don't hate you, but I'm like, I'm going to get you back, Dan Le Batard, for this. That's revenge as well. But yes, there has to be some sort of desire for retribution. And without that, then it's kind of an empty. Like you wouldn't see Steph Curry exactly.
Shit, I missed the NFL Live again.
Nothing to do with it. There has to have been some sort of past connection there.
You were talking while you were doing yoga behind me about how interesting you find that Steve Kerr, as Steph Curry is talking about roster changes to the Warriors. Steve Kerr signed a 5-year, $25 million contract.
Jordan Miller in the zone.
It was groundbreaking. A guy who hasn't coached before getting 5 years, $25 million. But coaching salaries have exploded. And if Monty Williams is getting $78.5 million, and Eric Spoelstra is getting
that's not a lateral.
For 8 years, and Steve Kerr's contract is about to expire, I would assume he'd be a very coveted pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm Steve Kerr's agent, I'm saying, okay, what are the comps? Who are the guys who? Let's just start with the guys who won one.
Thank you.
Then you say the guys
30,
who won
25, 20,
two.
15.
That list gets a lot shorter, and now that list is bolstered by Eric Spoelstra's new contract. And I'm sure if I'm the Warriors, I'd point to Spoelstra and Pop, the guys who have won multiples. They've been there for, decades. And Steve, even though you've been here a while, you still haven't been there. Part of what's built into their salary is
I'm starting to add to my league.
I'm back from Peyton. Did I miss a Belichick conversation?
You missed a bet.
I also did some reporting, and I know I have confirmed some candidates in Tuscaloosa, all while holding one phone up and peeing.
You were on the phone with a source while you were peeing?
Hit that mute button.
You on mute?
No, it's not.
Or do you?
But anyways, I got.
Do you do that? You guys ever do that, where you hold the stream and talk, and then mute it, and then let go of the stream, and they ask you a question like, "Oh, I gotta stop."
I won't say who, but I was several years ago. I was on a Zoom where someone forgot to mute, and I heard the peeing, and we had to alert them to it.
Wait, did you hear it? Like
it was very clearly.
It wasn't like in the background, and their mic was picking it up, right?
Yeah. Can we talk about Belichick though?
No, we gotta talk.
I'm trying to figure out which is the best landing spot.
Well, there's so many great spots because
no. You went away, and there was a topic we needed you on.
Yeah, you told me I could.
Chris Cody eating the popcorn?
No, Saban's toupee.
No, he got plugs though.
Of course.
And he dyes his hair. I mean, we all saw what happened in Michigan State. That's not the way that the aging process works.
Thank you.
Yes.
Plugs. So it's
Plugs,
not a toupee.
Very clearly, because no, not a toupee. You can see him.
Let's play that video. Let's play the video of Chris Cody.
We don't have to.
Let's play the video of Chris Cody double dipping
is interesting.
with licked fingers. The Commanders, they need a quarterback. You need to have a quarterback. He's not
but they're also they've got brand new ownership looking to make a Mike Tomlin like splash.
Trade for Fields?
No, this is when I go into the mouth.
Damn, even he's discussing by his own mouth. What the fuck? What the fuck? How you discuss by your own video? Like, bruh, you're on video. It's okay. It's okay.
In my mind, if you would have said to me, "Did you double dip your fingers?" I'd be like, "Don't look at me like I would do
Smith.
that. I would never do that."
You've
I'm
never
gonna burn your face.
And they have a top 2 draft pick. They have a top 2 draft pick. They can get their quarterback, Drake May.
Oh my god, I got you.
Matt Jones in the first round.
I didn't know I gave him my Blake.
Drake May.
I guess mom and dad were wrong when I said I got jumped in that drone.
Okay, so you're saying
I think Washington's a good situation for him. I also think Arthur Blank, I happen to believe him to be a good owner. And he's already gotten to the Super Bowl once. I think that's a good situation. He needs a quarterback there, but Justin Fields is available. They
Play action wide receiver cross.
Chargers, Raiders. How do we feel about these?
Raiders is a little bit weird of a spot.
Thank you.
But Chargers.
Bro, Poe, his first
there.
NFL
In
interception.
the past about the Chargers, and that for whatever reason doesn't seem as good.
And it was 4th down anyway, so it was going to be a turnover on downs regardless.
The best quarterback job available is Chargers, correct?
I would say Drake May at number 2 with Washington.
Whoa!
I would say, yeah, because Eberflus is coming back to Chicago.
Whoa!
What you?
I like Drake May.
You come in. I know Herbert is a product that you already. It's a proven product, but
and young.
But he's headed to the next contract, and they have an older roster. I'd rather look. They just got a bunch of draft picks in Washington. You have new ownership that is going to back you and understand that this is a project. You develop Drake May. I think that this is a great situation in Washington. And when have we ever said that over the last couple of decades there?
No chance Belichick goes to the Chargers. He can't be in L.A. with that hoodie. He needs to be somewhere with terrible weather.
Have you ever been at SoFi Stadium? It does get drafty.
Chris Cody, did you eat a piece of popcorn that you tried to throw into your mouth that fell onto the floor?
I'm like 5 for 7 here. I'm really good.
Answer my question.
Yes, I did. Who could do this better?
We heard the sound of that hitting your bottom teeth. We heard the sound.
It's so good off air.
Stop saying that.
Wait, do another one. We'll see if you can get one.
Congratulations.
Satisfying crunch, too.
I can confirm interest in DeBoer, Norvell, and a shock candidate who's already there on staff, Tommy Reese.
Not that shock.
3 years ago, maybe.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
This Saturday, It's the kickoff to Super Wild Card Weekend, and for the first time, an NFL playoff game will stream exclusively on Peacock. It all starts at 4:30 Eastern with the Browns and Texans on NBC and Peacock. And then witness history when the Chiefs host the Dolphins at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on Peacock. Go to PeacockTV.com/NFL to learn.
Starting to pull away now.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stuttgart podcast.
Ah, shanked it.
I have not seen him in a long time. Bruce Feldman, as I remember at ESPN, the magazine, was the king of ab work and core work. Just ripped in terms of abdominal strength. He's the National College Football Insider for The Athletic and a sideline reporter for Fox Sports. So we will get his expertise here on Nick Saban. It's good seeing you again, Bruce. Thank you for making the time for us.
Good to see you, Dan. That's a long time since those days of extensive core work. But I'm glad I'm remembered for something as positive as that.
What was the core work? You want to go through it as you join us from heaven?
It was just a lot of stuff where it felt like I'd wake up every morning and do a ton of core and a ton of abs and everything else, and realize there's probably more to life than that.
Yeah, there's college football. That's the only other thing. And everyone here is super titillated by what's happened here with Nick Saban. So were you surprised by this? Was Alabama?
What? I got mossed? What? I held a fucking button! Give me my catch, you bastard!
From somebody going, heads up, I heard Saban might be retiring tonight. And I was like, what?
How?
Somebody else, and they're like, yeah, there's something out there, but they didn't know that was going to be tonight. You started making calls, and then, as you know, you don't want to be wrong on that story. And was not able to get it until Chris Lowe was actually able to confirm it. And everything I had heard from people that I had tried to confirm it with earlier in the day was, it wouldn't surprise me. This
I
is
missed
the kind
that
of thing
one.
where they were like, I hadn't heard that yet. But then you started hearing more details about how, because there was bad weather around the country, especially, trying to get their players back to Tuscaloosa, that they were supposed to have a team meeting the day before. So this would have been on Wednesday, not yesterday, and or on Tuesday, not yesterday, I guess. And so that didn't happen. And then it got pushed back. But he was talking to coaches about prospective jobs that he had to fill on his staff. So it was kind of crazy the way that played out, the way it did.
You mentioned that, and it's been reported that he approached yesterday like any work day. He interviewed a coaching candidate, and then 5 minutes later broke the news to his team. I need to know the candidate that made Nick Saban quit football altogether.
Supposedly there were 3, actually, that I know that he had talked to. 2 were receivers coaches, 1 was a special teams coach. And it's crazy because one of the guys said, it's weird, I'll always be able to say that I spoke to Nick Saban on his last day of work.
But explain this to me, Bruce. That's super weird. Like, what are you doing? Like, how do you not know you're retiring later that day? Like, what is that?
Really? I really don't understand, because one of the people I talked to about this, it was another coach who's close to Saban. He said, you're really kind of putting these guys out there and exposing them in a really awkward spot, because as you know, when people interview for jobs, especially if they don't get them, when they're working for somebody else, they don't love it that it came out that they were sniffing around. Now, one of the guys I talked to was one of those 3, was like, yeah, one of his offensive coordinator had reached out to me.
Almost got that. I almost muffed that up.
Point, like, it wasn't like he was really interviewing for the job, but what is he going to say at this point?
Can you please explain to me what is happening with the analysis of Nick Saban when we have a consensus that he is the best ever, and I don't know who you would put second or where you would put the distance between first and second? Who is the second best college football coach of all time?
Oof, I don't know. Maybe it's Bear Bryant. There's such a gap, and I think part of it, Dan, is because the sport is wired way differently now than it was in the days of Bear Bryant, Joe Paterno. You could go down the list of guys who, whether it's Tom Osborne, there's just a lot of other hurdles that you have to overcome. First of all, now, back 50 years ago, you could basically collect top recruits and have like 200 of them just to keep on your roster so your rival can't get them. Can't do that anymore. You're also dealing with another level of like entitlement and challenges that come with dealing with 18 and 19-year-olds with social media and all these other headaches. Quite honestly, there are coaches, I would say this, and this era back in the 90s, Tom Osborne had stuff with Lawrence Phillips, especially, where I think if one of those things were to happen in this day and age, the coach isn't going to keep the star player around, or it may really come back on the coach. And so Nick Saban was able to fly really close to the sun in a way that none of his peers have been able to do it. The other thing that, when I mentioned this today, one of the stories that I did at The Athletic that got a ton of traction was a few years ago when it was known as like the Where's Dan story. It was when Dan Enos bailed out of being the offensive coordinator and Saban couldn't find him. And it really, the story got into how Saban has this uncanny ability to keep replacing assistant coaches. Because if you go through the list of whoever has had a great run, it's usually a short run. And then when the staff changes or the dynamic changes, things start to fall apart. Even with Bobby Bowden, he lost a bunch of really good assistants who ended up becoming head coaches. And then all of a sudden the balance changed. Obviously we know Miami, it's up and down with who's there and who isn't there. With Saban, he was almost like placing guys who was like, yeah, that guy's a good coach, but I need to get him out of here. Let me get him hired someplace else so it's not like, it doesn't look like I'm firing. I mean, it was just remarkable how he was able to balance it. And the other thing that I think speaks to, his greatness was, we did this story a few weeks back on what exactly went wrong with Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M. And one of the guys who worked for both him and Saban had said, you know what, Jimbo didn't really want to hear from anybody else. He thought he had all the answers. Nick Saban would talk to anybody because he was constantly trying to get better and constantly evolving and had this, growth mindset that is very different usually when people reach a certain level. So I think that's a credit to him and why he was able to stay ahead of everybody for so incredibly long.
Do you have any insight as to why after this season, was there anything in particular that maybe swayed him? Do you think if there was any sort of different result in the postseason, maybe he'd have stuck around longer, or do you think he just felt like it was time?
I think he, was a part of his age. It's also the college football calendar is so crazy right now. It's so manic in terms of how everything is crunched together. You have the transfer portal, you have NIL. Those are newer things, but it's also, it used to be, back not that long ago, National Signing Day was the thing. It was in early February, and then you moved on. Now it's an earlier signing period. Everything is crunched together. I think it's hard for him. I also think it was hard for a lot of people around him. When I started calling around to try to confirm this yesterday, something came to mind. I was at the Rose Bowl last week, and after the game, I was around the Michigan locker room waiting, and Saban had just done his post-game interview, and he came from his press conference, and he was in one of those little, golf carts, and he had to stop because there was a cluster of people in front of the Michigan locker room down the tunnel.
We won.
And
Why you
it was a
boom?
little awkward, and he kind of did this like pageant-y wave and had this smile, and it was kind of like almost like a awkward smile, and it was not
500 yards to a fucking rookie.
Urban Meyer
For a second-year player.
Pizza box look where it was just totally defeated.
218 yards for Kamara. Back on track.
Did Nick Saban know at that very moment, I've just coached my last football game and I'm moving on?
Does he have
Kincaid, Fry,
succession plan? And
Brandon Ayuk, Kadarius Toney, Brandon Cooks scored.
I heard he's going to have some say-so and input into what they do from here. And they'll have some good choices. But again, who's going to want to replace Nick Saban? The pool they're picking from, whether it's Steve Sarkisian, who worked for Texas, Dan Lanning, who worked for
Lattimore mess at Davenport, Rankins, and Hargrave.
Mike Norvell at
3 picks each for Williams, Chin, Werner had a pick, Matthew, Petrie, and Poe.
Steve Sarkisian replaced Tom Herman. You go to Alabama, you're going to replace Nick Saban. You're always going to be known as the guy who replaced Nick Saban.
2 touchdowns for P.J. Williams.
You think Ryan Day has a tough job because Urban Meyer went 7-0 against Michigan, and even though he's like 60-6 all time there, and people want his head, imagine what it's going to be like if you're in Tuscaloosa. So I think that is a hard deal. for him going forward. And, you know, it's like because of the way the portal is set up, there is a window now of about a month where players can move around. That's why one of the reasons why I was told the AD, when he met with the players yesterday, said, give me about 72 hours. So they're going to try to work really fast to have somebody in place so their roster and their commits do not start bailing.
I think a lot of people were expecting that Jim Harbaugh might be the name to announce he was leaving college football this week. Where does the Saban news leave all of that mystery around the Michigan team?
Yeah, it's definitely become a back burner thing. It was crazy, you know, obviously with, you know, first Pete Carroll, then Saban, and now Belichick. Those things have taken over. I mean, I still don't think Jim Harbaugh is coming back. I mean, especially now that he's won a national title. The one thing I've always heard from people who are close to Jim Harbaugh is that he really longs to win a Super Bowl. He came close. His brother beat him. You know, he restored his alma mater. He took down Michigan. I mean, he took down Ohio State. You know, beat them 3 times, dominated the Big Ten.
And Michigan.
Perhaps Michigan as well.
That's both of them. Took down both of them.
Ready and slip.
Lucy, what were you laughing at in the middle of that?
Tom Herman.
Oh, just the general.
Replace Tom Herman.
The general idea of replacing Tom Herman. That can you tell me, is Nick Saban, is he replacing?
Well, I would like to thank everyone for joining me on my broadcast today, and I'm just glad that I'm getting more and more views in my videos. But, as always, I'll see y'all next time, and this has been another production of the Sports Gurus channel. Have a nice